Hey, what's up? Okay, I finally got things working. I love technical difficulties. I love updating software. I love when things don't work. Anyway. We're back at it again with easily the worst translated out of all of the role quests. This shit is genuinely revolting. The really fun part is, because of all of the technical difficulties and stuff, I didn't have time to eat anything today. So, I'm going to attempt to eat this small packet of peanuts without interrupting the stream. Hell yeah. In any case. This is like, what, alongside Friends Now Gone, or something along those lines. Basically talking about, like, the people we have lost. Why is the reward... You know, normally I don't even remotely address this, but why is the reward for this quest just, like... Why is it just fish? Normally they give you, like, materia or something like that. This is just a fish. Man! Okay. So, here's something that I saw. Something that I saw recently is people going like, oh, actually, the game's humor, it's... Like, all of the humor in the game is coming from the English translation. Let's see. Let's see how this character talks. Let's see how this character talks in the English. I believe I need to, like, make sure of this. Yeah, okay. So, this is I literally had to, like, change between the Japanese and the English. To make sure that these are supposed to be the same lines. Because it doesn't make any damn sense. So, this character, like, this literal nameless character in the Japanese has a ton of characterization to her. She's always been ridiculously energetic, like a, you know, a model soldier who's a bit too high-strung. Right? Like, everything that she says always has an exclamation mark. And so here, she's like, taihen desu. Like, this is really bad. Or like, we've got an emergency. Like, I see this line and I have a smile on my face. This character is fun. Let us see the super amazing English. something terrible has happened. Like, the English script has puns and references and stuff, but it doesn't have humor. Like, the English translation of this game is actually shockingly dry and boring. The only things that they've got, like, making a reference to something does not count as a joke. Just saying a thing that was in another thing is not a joke. The Japanese actually has humor here. This character, who is supposed to be like an important military personnel, right? Important member of the military staff. It's like like... God, that title is ridiculously long. But it's like false divine beast? Task force soldier? Or something like that? But the way that she talks is really fun. And here it's like, whoa, calm down, what happened? It's supposed to be endearing and funny. This is not the way that that somebody in her position is really supposed to be talking. She's panicking and resorting to a, like, almost childish state of speaking. You know, like a army private who doesn't really know what they're doing. And you're like, okay, calm down. Oh no. Yeah, and it's like here, Fordola has, she broke out of prison. And then the English is just, it's Fordola, she escaped.
あいえ、正確には訓練の最中に一言私に告げた後、止める間もなくどこかへ消えてしまったのであります。
Yeah, and then here it's like...
大変申し訳ありません。
Yeah. Like, this is cute, honestly. It's like, no, actually, to be more precise... Like, she just, like, said a few things to me during training and then just disappeared somewhere before I could stop her. Like, I've made a terrible mistake, I'm incredibly sorry. Yeah, and then in the English, just she was accompanying a squadron out on a training exercise. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone. There is no humor. Like, you're supposed to be reading this at an incredibly loud internal volume. Like, she is yelling this, but really it's like you could not be yelling. You don't need to be yelling.
実は先日アラガーナの親子とホルドラさんの面会に立ち会ったのですが、その後から彼女の様子が少し変だったんですよ。
Well, actually, oh, okay. That's like ever since she oh, okay. I was like there when Fordola was meeting with the like parent and child from Alamigo, or from Alagana rather, sorry. Ever since then she's been acting strange.
面会に来ていた親子から詳しく事情を聞くためにラウバーン隊長とアレンバルドさんが直々にアラガーナに向かわれました。
Okay, so Rauban and Arnvold went straight for Alagana to, or like are personally going to Alagana to hear from the yeah, parent and child
オレオさんにも
she met
地
with.
球アラガーナで
Okay. Ah, what a wonderful scenic view. I love to gaze out over the cliffs at the gigantic fucking nightmare scorpions. How beautiful.
ポルドラ、まさか一人で。
こんにちは。この間のお姉ちゃんだね。何か
Okay. That's my favorite. I love looking out at the murder scorpions.
俺
They're so beautiful.
事情は聞いていると思うが、ポルドラの行方を追っている。
Okay. Yeah, assume you've heard about the situation. We're currently tracking down Fordola.
貴様も知っているやもしれんが、囚人でもある彼女には、脱走防止用の麻痺が首にはめられている。命を奪う力のある代物だ。
Okay. As I'm sure you may be aware, but like as a prisoner, she is like she has a magical device fitted around her neck, capable of it is capable of taking her life. Yeah, it's like, you know, a magical device fit around her neck to prevent escape.
今すぐにそれを発動させない理由はただ一つ。重対策に志願した彼女の決意は本物であった。そう信じているからだ。
The only reason I'm not activating that device immediately is I believe that her desire, her resolve in you would say motivation in volunteering for this mission was genuine.
ポルドラがただ自由を求めて脱走したとは思えない。それは俺がこの命にかけて保証する。何か理由があるはずなんだ。
I don't believe. Do you say escape or desert for this one? I don't know. I don't believe Fordola deserted. You know, in search of freedom. I'd bet my own life on that. There has to be some reason.
その理由を推測するためにも直前に行われたポルドラとの面会について知りたくてな。当事者に事情を聞くためここに来たというわけだ。
Okay. So, to attempt to uncover that reason, we've come here to speak with, like, the last people that Fordola met with. Well, he's more saying, like, I wanted to know about the meeting that they had. Like, what they spoke about. That's why we've come here to speak to the, parties involved.
クラレルさんでしたね。ポルドラとの面会の様子を聞かせてくれませんか？
Wow, go fuck yourself. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Notice that, yeah, no, this is straight up. Whoever was translating this did not like the content of the story and decided to change it. And this is by no means, this is not localization. This is rewriting. This is, you didn't like what they wrote, And so you write in something else. And the things you wrote in are horrid. You've heard what happened then? No, he was kind of expecting to see us there. Just as Fordola was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears a choker enchanted to prevent exactly that. If I were to give the order, she'd be dead within minutes, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has a good reason. That's what we're looking into now. What was, where was, like, Arnvald saying, like, I know she wasn't just... Like, they completely got rid of Arnvald's line of him saying, like, I know that she wasn't just doing this to, you know, for her own freedom. I'd bet my life on that. Also, Dalban is massively aggro in the English, whereas instead, he's more concerned in the Japanese? Like, his tone is that of concern? So, like, yeah, as you know, he has a magical device affixed to her neck to prevent escape. The reason that it is entirely capable of taking her life, the reason I have not activated that is because I believe that her motivation, her desire to join this mission to be genuine. Like, Dalban is explicitly stating in the Japanese that he thinks that her heart is in the right place. And then they just completely get rid of what Arnvald actually said. Like, how dare these characters think that, like, Fordola has changed as a person or something? How dare they? Everybody knows you can't have sympathy for bad people who do bad things, and everybody knows that you can't rehabilitate anyone ever, right? Like, you can't rehabilitate anybody ever, so that's why anybody who goes to prison at all should just be executed. Obviously, that's a total straw man, but, like, come the fuck on. You're Clarl, right? Could you tell me how your, meeting with Fordola went?
はい。
Yes.
以前フォルドラさんに娘のライリーを助けていただいた時にひどいことを言ってしまったんです。そのことを謝りたくてライリーを連れて面会に行きました。
Back when Fordola saved my daughter Riley's life, I said some horrible things to her, so I wanted to apologize, and I brought Riley along to... It's like, the Menkai there. I don't really know exactly what you would say for this, but it's like... I think you might just say, like, I brought Riley along to give her a chance to see her as well.
彼女、最初は私たちが何を言っても黙って話を聞いていました。ですが、偽真珠の話題になった後、ライリーを見て、急に頭を抱えるようにして苦しみ出したのです。
At first, she just listened silently to, you know, what we told her, but when we began speaking about the, false divine beast, she looked at Riley and suddenly, began to, like, writhe in pain, clutching at her head. Oh my god. Notice, again, like, this is fucking just so disgusting. I know she's the butcher, or was at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting. To express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, as if she weren't even listening. And then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lily, and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony. You have to character assassinate Fordola at all turns? Like she wasn't even listening? You cannot possibly get that read from 何を言っても黙って話を聞いていました. That's they specifically say 話を聞いていました. Like she listened silently. Like she was listening specifically. To say like as if she weren't even listening is just, you don't like this character. You think that everybody who's involved with the Garlands, you think that she's a monster and that's it. You think that this character does not deserve to be redeemed, that you can't possibly have a character who is a horrible Garlean who killed people and did horrible things. They can't possibly turn over a new leaf and try and do things to make up for the bad things that they've done. Fordola fucking hates herself in the Japanese. She lives every single day in horrible, crushing regret at the things that she has done, and that's not good enough for you. The idea that these characters here could just purely be driven by a motivation of saying, like, she saved my daughter's life. Also, you completely got rid of Clairol actually saying, like, what she was apologizing for. Like, she doesn't say, I know she's the butcher. What she starts with is, she saved my daughter's life. And I said some absolutely horrible things to her. But no, you gotta put in as if she weren't even listening. Like, again, if you think that this is completely morally objectionable, if you think that it is just so awful to write a fictional story in which a character who does horrible things then turns over a new leaf and tries their best to redeem themselves and tries to make up for the things that they've done, if you think that that's so horribly objectionable that you feel the need to rewrite the story to prevent that, 1, go fuck yourself. 2, stop being a translator. Stop being a translator. Just go off and, I don't know, man, fucking be an English teacher. Or work at a 7-Eleven or something. Go fuck yourself. Fordola has to have seen something in the past.
その時、何を思い浮かべたのか教えてくれるかい?
Can you tell me what was... like, what crossed your mind then? Or like, that's more like, can you tell me like what you were remembering at the time? Or like what you were thinking about?
街で見かけたお兄ちゃんのこと。
Oh, what, a guy or a man I saw in
お
town?
兄ちゃんって一体誰のことを言っているの？アラミガンクォーターに行った時のことかしら。ちょうど大きな騒動があった日だったわね。
Who exactly are you talking about? Are you, what, from when we went to the Alamigan Quarter? If that was when all of that... Solo. Like there was all the like uproar. I don't know.
ママの用事を待っている間にね、すごく具合が悪そうなお兄ちゃんを見かけたの。
Okay, while I was waiting for Mom to finish, like, her errands, I guess, I saw a guy who looked like he wasn't feeling too well. Well, it's like he looked like really sick.
でね、ふらふらしてたから大丈夫って聞いたの。そうしたらお兄ちゃんにっこり笑って大丈夫だよって。
And you know, he was kind of fura. He was like kind of shaky or kind of staggering, so I asked him if he was okay. And then he looked at me and smiled and said, "I'm fine." Or you would say said he was fine.
その後は歩いて行っちゃったんだけど、私心配でしばらく見てたの。そしたら。
And then he started walking away, but I was worried, so I kept watching him for a bit, and then...
突然、お兄ちゃんの叫ぶ声が聞こえて、怖くて、誰にも言えなかったの。
And then suddenly I heard him screaming, and it was so scary. I was so scared I couldn't tell anybody.
そんなことがあったなんて、気づいてあげられなくて、ごめんね。元気がなかったのは、騒動で怯えていたからだと思ったのよ。
So that... Yeah, it's like I had no idea. I'm so sorry I didn't notice. The genki ga nakatta. It's like I thought the reason why you like seemed down or something, maybe, was because you were scared from everything that happened.
我々が得ている目撃証言と一致しているようだ。この子があったのは、偽真珠に点火した人物と考えてよかろう。その光景を、フォルドラが見たのだとしたら。
Okay, that seems like it lines up with the, eyewitness accounts that we have. We can assume then that... It seems reasonable to think that the, person that she encountered, ran into, was the, transformed into the false divine beast. If Bordola were to see that...
あ、そういえば、ホルドラさんが頭を抱えながら苦しんでいた時に、確か、チャーレットと言っていました。
Oh, also, when Bordola was holding her head in pain like that, I think she said, Charette. Do you know anything about that?
いえ、俺は聞いたことがないですね。ただ、もしも、その青年が、ドクロ連隊の関係者だとしたら、白羽の会の支援者名簿に載っているはずです。
I've never heard that... Yeah, you probably say I've never heard that name before. However, if that young man is affiliated with the Skull Regiment, then his name should be in the, like, White Feather Association supporter recipient registry. Like support recipient registry or something like that. Wow! These translators don't even have empathy for children. They rewrite lines from literal children to be, less empathetic.
話してくれて助かった。それから、フォルドラのために足を運んでくれたことも、無関心を装ってはいても、きっと思いは届いているだろう。
He was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mom. I wish you'd said something sooner! Exclamation point. Sigh. I'm sorry, puppet. This is all my fault for leaving you on your own. What she actually said was, I had no idea. I'm sorry I didn't notice. I thought... Like, you were just feeling... I thought you were just scared from what happened. Like, if that's an actual realistic thing for a parent to say, like, oh my god, I'm so sorry I didn't notice that my child was, like, traumatized. What is wrong with you? Like, this is genuinely... Like, this genuinely comes across as bordering on, like, a fucking personality disorder. Like, you should be in therapy to try and unpack why you are so incapable of feeling empathy. Okay, let's go speak with Dragonfried was the previous line. Thank you for telling us this. Okay, it's... And what, thank you for... Like, what, being willing to help Ordola? Like, she might, you know, act apathetic, but... I'm sure what you said, like, meant a lot to her, or what you said got through to her.
俺はもう少し話を聞いてみるので、ラガンフリッドへの聞き込みは二人にお任せします。
Okay, but, like, what the fuck is this shit? So this is an instance of the translation not being wrong, but then, like... I'd also like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. Where is this coming from in the English? They've all spent so long shitting on this character and constantly couching every single bit of praise with equal amounts of criticism, and now all of a sudden we're pretending like we care about Fordola? I guess they couldn't figure out a way to make it, like... I guess they just couldn't figure out a way to rewrite that one. Who knows? Okay, I'm going to stay here and, speak with them a little bit more, so... If you two would be so kind as to speak with Ragnfrid.
フォルドラ、こんな時に力になってやれないのは悔しいが、あいつは簡単に命を捨てるようなやつじゃないさ。
あの時の態度を本当に後悔しています。フォルドラさんは娘の命の恩人、もう二度と彼女を恐れませんし、悪く言ったりしません。
Like, here. Right here. Look at this. I truly regret how I acted. Like, how I acted back then. Fordola saved my daughter's life. I'll never be afraid of her again, or, like, speak ill of her again. That's straight up saying, like, she saved my daughter's life, that's all that matters. And then the English... Fordola may well be everything people say she is, or worse, but she did us a good turn that day. I'll never forget it. Like, what is the point? This is just genuinely sabotaging the story. This is active sabotage. They do know this is fiction? No, see, that makes it even worse to them, I would assume. Like, I've met these people. I've dealt with these people. People who see everything in the world as just pure black and white, who are so utterly convinced of their own positions and their own justice that anything that goes against their basic-ass, simplistic-ass, fucking middle school worldview, they can't comprehend. They go, Garlemald equals Nazis, Fordola equals Nazi, therefore you can't forgive Nazi. Like, that's gotta be their stupid-ass, completely fucking, utterly disgusting viewpoint. Or something along those lines. And so they're like, oh, I'm not going to... Yeah, Fordola is evil, so you keep shitting on her is what good people do. You know, it's not like there's actually an interesting story here where they're talking about, like, the different ways that different people view these characters, that's sort of, like, going back to the actual main themes of this story here, where the difference in perception for these characters means the world. Like, Fordola was a horrible monster to the people whose, like, families she killed, but, you know, to the woman whose daughter she saved, the only thing that she's going to remember is, that's the woman who saved my daughter's life. And then, you know, they're talking about the ways in which these sort of actions and, like, these sort of differences in perception can lead to discord in communities. And it's not even, like, I'm not even talking just about Fordola here. That's also what they're going with in terms of the people who were conscripted by Garlemald, or the people who specifically signed up for the Skull Regiment. They didn't view themselves as evil. They viewed themselves as doing what they needed to do to protect the people that they cared about. And so, you've got the whole concept of these dissonant views of characters and situations, and that if Alamigo wants to become a unified nation, that they actually have to try and, like, come together as a unified nation. And so that's why they've gone to great lengths to say that they're not holding the memorial to try and excuse the actions of members of the Skull Regiment or anything like that, but, like, not at all in the slightest, but rather to, instead of having a division between, like, Alamegans who are on one side versus Alamegans who are on the other, instead coming together and going, hey, war is fucking hell. Some people did some pretty bad things very clearly, but I get it. You know, like, your son, your uncle, your brother, your sister, whatever, signed up out of desperation and did some horrible things, but they still, like, they're still your family. I get it. So we're all gonna mourn the loss of life of everybody together and move on. Instead of holding on to endless feuds and hatred and division. Instead of just moving forward with an Alamigo where people go like, hey, your uncle killed my brother because your uncle is part of the Skull Division, fuck you, fuck your whole family. And then that continues down and down and down and down and down. The explicit point, they've made very clear that they're not saying that certain people didn't do things that were explicitly wrong. But rather that it's like you can mourn people who were bad. You know?
シャーレットという人物について話
And when it comes to Fordola, you would think, I bet these motherfuckers, I bet whoever translated this also completely contradictory, like, holds the entirely contradictory viewpoint of like, oh, the American prison system is terrible because it doesn't lead to rehabilitation, it's purely punitive, and, like, Nordic prisons are so much better. And then they go here and write like, what do you mean somebody's being rehabilitated in a prison? That can't happen. Fuck them. They were super special bad, and I've personally decided that they can't be redeemed. Therefore, they can't be redeemed. They can't turn over a new leaf because I said so.
シャーレットという名の青年、どこかで聞いたことがあるな。確か最近、我々に捜索依頼のあった。
A young man named Charlotte. Yeah, I feel like I've heard that name before. Somewhere, oh yeah, we were, asked to look for him recently?
シャーレット、そうだ、思い出したぞ。属州時代は、総督府に勤務、現在は、行方不明。実刑のアンスフリッドが、特ロ連隊の隊員だったと聞いた。
Oh wait, no, that's like, he came up like in our search or something? Child. Oh, I remember now, he worked at the, Okay, he worked at, like, the Governor General's office, I guess, during the provincial times. He's currently missing. From what I hear is, older brother, Onsfrid, was a member of the Skull Regiment.
そうか、やはりフォルドラとも接点がありそうだな。彼らのことを詳しく知る者はいるだろうか?
Oh, I see. So then he is connected to Fordola in some way. Is there anyone who would know more about them?
ええ、彼ら兄弟の叔父にあたる人物がおります。先日ちょうど、ここ、アラガーナでの仕事を斡旋したところでしてな。捜索依頼もその叔父から出されたものです。
Yes, their uncle, I believe. I recently, arranged for him to, obtain some work here in, Alagana. And it was their uncle who, submitted the request, the, search request for them.
彼は、スリーピングストーンズ採石場で仕事をしているはず。私は差し入れを持って、後から行きますので。
Okay, he's working at the, Sleeping Stones Quarry. I'll come along later with some, provisions, I guess. Head on ahead. Where the hell? Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay, now I can actually, like, eat very quickly. Nah, Mort's, the OCR is working, but the garbage MTL that I would normally just throw up in the top right so you guys had something to look at is not currently working. So there's really not much of a point in having it. Like, all that it's showing is just the... It's just showing the Japanese twice. So, I mean, it's still very useful for me. But it's more of just a distraction on stream. Like, being able to just glance up... Because I've got it set up in the game window, so being able to just glance up at the previous line is actually quite nice. But I can't imagine it's gonna do much for most people in the stream. Okay, we heard that they were doing the quarrying here, but what about the giant stone monsters? Is anybody doing anything about the giant stone monsters?
彼がチャーレットの叔父にあたる人物です。
Ah, over there, that man is, Charet's uncle. Let's see, you've been working hard. How about a break?
これはラガンフリッド殿。ええ、それではお言葉に甘えて。
Ah, Ragenford. Well, in that case, I'll take you up on the offer.
それで解放軍の隊長殿と解放者殿が揃って私に何のご用でしょうか。
Wait, so... the Liberation Army commander or captain and the liberator of Alamigo. What business do you have with me?
驚かせてすまなかった。どうかかしこまらず楽にしてほしい。そなたの甥のことで聞かせてほしいことがあるのだ。
Yeah, our apologies for startling you. Yeah, please, no need for formalities. Be at ease. There's something we wanted to talk to you about regarding your nephew.
チャーレットですか？あの子が見つかったのですか？
About Charlotte, did you... or was he found?
そうですか。
Oh. Yeah, that's a very much... Yeah, he's... I mean, this is both here of potentially... Like, I think I might be reading into too much of it for him to say, like, oh, he's dead, but... It's like, oh.
チャーレットがどのような青年だったのか教えてはくれぬか？探すための手がかりになるかもしれぬ。
Can you tell us what sort of, man Charlotte was? Okay, it might help us find him. Or it might help him be found.
私もあの子の親も家族を守るために帝国への恭順を誓いました。属州支配に協力する見返りに市民権を得たのです。ですが、その結果、売国奴と呼ばれ。
Man, they're like making it fairly explicit here. Yeah, myself and, his parents swore our allegiance to the Empire in order to protect our family. We were given citizenship in exchange for, cooperating with the, provincial government, I guess you would say. But, as a result, we were, branded as
チャーレ
traitors.
ットも兄のアンスフリッドも随分と悩んでいました。特に兄のアンスフリッドは幼馴染たちと共に軍に志願し、後にドクロ連隊を結成しており
It's
ます。
like this, that upset Charet and, his brother Ansfrid deeply. In particular, Ansfrid joined the, army alongside his childhood friends and who later formed the Skull Regiment.
ドクロ連隊を結成？創設初期からの隊員となると、その幼馴染というのは、
They formed the Skull Regiment. If he was a member, of their group from the very beginning, then that, one of those childhood friends you're speaking of would have been.
ええ、彼らはいつも一緒でしたから、名前もよく覚えていますよ。
Oh,
アンス
okay.
フリッド、エメリン、フルドルフ。
Okay, never mind. It was like, so then, if they were, there from the beginning, then those childhood friends would be. Yes, they were always together. I still remember their names incredibly clearly. Ansfrid, Emerin, Furudorfu,
それから、フォルドラルプス。
and Fordola Lupus.
フォルドラとチャーレットもまた幼馴染ということか。だが、チャーレットはドクロ連隊の一員ではなかったはずだな。
Okay, so they're talking about this Charlotte dude being the guy who was just like, he was too nice. So, Fordola and Charlotte were childhood friends then, but Charlotte wasn't a member of the Skull Regiment, right?
その通りです。チャーレットは幼い頃から本当に心根の優しい子で誰かを傷つけることなどとてもできなかったのでしょう。
So that's right. Charlotte was it's like a truly, kind-hearted. He was like truly kind-hearted ever since he was just a little boy. It's like I don't think he could. Yeah, I don't think he could ever bring himself to hurt anyone
しか
else.
し、兄たちと軍に志願しなかったことを悔やんでもいました。特にドクロ連隊が全滅したことを知ってからは、己を責め続け、やがて姿を消してしまったのです。
Yeah, but this is like, it's like he regretted so much not volunteering, not joining the army alongside his brother and their friends, especially. It's like, especially, after learning of the, the Skull Regiments and, utter annihilation, he blamed himself and disappeared without a trace.
どうか無事でいてほしい。 亡くなった両親や兄弟たちのためにも。
I just hope he's okay. For... It's like, yeah, for his... Like, for his parents and... his brother's sake. They're not... yeah, no...
話を聞かせてくれてありがとうよ。さあ、差し入れを持ってきたんだ。今日はもう上がって、家族とゆっくり食べるといい。
Thank you for telling us all of that. Here, we brought you some, yeah, brought you something. The sashida is like refreshments or provisions. And why don't you, would call it here for the day and enjoy these with your family.
やりきれませんね。ひとまず、アラガーナに戻りましょう。
That's like... It's just like what it's so... what do you say for this? What is the expression in English for this? It's like, this is just, it's so hard to see, maybe. Let's go back to Aragana. It's just a statement of like, this is terrible. God, this shit is all just... It's just so... Wow! Wow, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, if you're going to do a rewrite, you should maybe not make your own personal biases this apparent. Took its toll on him and his brother to be spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Unstrid, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know, the Crania Lupi, Gaius's loyal little pups. Do you remember the names of these friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emmeline, Frudolf, and the angry little girl who'd grow up to become the butcher herself, Fordola. Remember that thing that I was talking about, like, different people having different perceptions of Fordola? To that guy, he remembers Fordola as his nephew's friend. He just remembers her as, like, a kid. Notice that he didn't say anything about that. He just kind of said, it was implied with the way that he left her name for last and used her full name. But again, it's implied. He's not just hitting you over the head with the point. He said, like, yeah, it was Onsrid, Emerin, Hurudorf, and Fordola Rupus. Like, that's the thing that he did? He said, and Fordola Lupus. He just left her name for last and used the full name. He's not going to go into something about, like, the angry little girl who grew up to become the butcher. He's letting you know what he thinks of her, which is probably not very much. But he's not going to go off on that whole rant. Yeah, then Logophy like, man, once we know all the facts, we're gonna have to explain what happened to him.
つまり、偽真珠に転化したと思われる青年、チャーレットは、フォルドラにとって幼馴染であり、戦友の弟ということか。
So then, the man suspected to have become the falsified beast Charlotte was a childhood friend of Fordola's. Yeah, and the younger brother of one of her, comrades in arms.
白羽の会の同志の話では、やはり、チャーレットは、支援を拒んでいたそうです。誰にも頼ることなく、一人で生きようとしていた、無念です。
But according to a fellow member of the White Feather Association, Charlotte refused any aid from us. He wanted to, live entirely on his own without relying on anyone else's help. It's truly, this Munen is... I don't know, you might even go with, it breaks my heart for that.
フォルドラの供述調書を読んだことがある。ドクロ連隊の結成に参加した自らの友人たちをスペキュラ・インペラトリスへの砲撃命令によって殺したと。
Okay. We're just busting out what? 供述調書? That's like But I read the documents or the record of Fordola's testimony or deposition? It stated that she killed her own friends who helped her form the Skull Regiment by ordering by giving the order to fire upon Specula Imperatoris?
仲間殺しの罪を背負って一人で偽真珠と戦おうってのか、フォルドラ。
Yeah, so he's saying because of your guilt of killing your own comrades, you're really going to try and fight this false divine beast all on your own. Fordola, that's awkward, you can make it better.
それほど憎んでいたはずなのに、今ではドクロ連隊を率いていた彼女のことをこうも心配している。
Yeah, it really is strange. This あれほど憎んでいたはずなのに. The usage of the word hazu here is interesting. Because it's describing it as a sensation that is now gone. Right? I don't really know what you would do for this. It's difficult. It's I don't know, you might just say it's a strange thing, I ought to have hated her. And I don't know, it's not even ought, right? Like, it's describing this sort of hatred as a memory. In the sense of, like, it's kind of like describing one's own memories in a secondhand way. Right? Like, the sensation is so foreign now that you can't even remember really feeling it. I don't know, it's almost saying, like, I know I used to hate her so much, but... like, now I'm so deeply worried about that, you know, woman who used to lead the Skull Regiment.
その心の変化を、立場の違うものへと歩み寄る心を、慰霊祭を機に広めていければ、遺族たちを絶望の淵に落とさずに済むかもしれないと思うんです。
It's almost like this line right here is the point of this whole quest series. Like, if we could... okay. 立場の違うものに歩み寄る心を... okay, I've got to do this whole line backwards. It's like, if this memorial service could serve as an opportunity to, like, spread that change of heart, that willingness to... it's like, what, to reach out? To, like, those with different views? I think we might be able to... would prevent these... what, surviving families from falling into the depths of despair.
そのためにも、フォルドラの行方を探さないと。彼女も、また、俺たちが支えるべき、アラミゴ人なんだ。
And that's why we have to find Fordola. You know, after all, she's a fellow Alamigan that we swore to help.
ともかく、偽真珠とフォルドラの関係は見えてきた。アラミガンクォーターに戻るとしよう。
I'm not quite sure. I don't know really if I would consider this one to be my favorite, as opposed to, like, this one, the Limzo one and the Gridania one are all really good. This one I think I'm personally biased on, just because I like these characters a lot. I mean, the Limsa one I'm also incredibly biased on because Merlwib, excellent character, awesome. Really, I liked the Gridania one more than I thought that I would. That's probably, like, the biggest surprise. Because I don't give a shit about Gridania at all. But they made me care. Yeah, in any case, we now we know the connection between the False Divine Beast and Fordola. Let's head back to the Alamigan quarter.
フォルドラのような親帝国派であったアラミゴ人たちが本当の意味で故郷と呼べる国になるように俺は俺なりに戦うよ。
Hey, look. I'll continue to fight so that people like Fordola like Alamegans whose families supported the Empire can truly call, like, this nation home. Hang on. I just looked over at the English. I need to see this line. Gotta go back to Oligana. Gotta talk to Dogon Frito here.
白々しくも態度を変えて虫がいいのは分かっている。だが、もし自分が彼女の父親の立場だったらと考えてしまってな。どうか無事でいてくれ。
Holy shit. This is like, I know it's like hypocritical almost of me to turn on a dime like this. I don't know, that's not really necessarily accurate. He's saying like, I used to despise her so much, and now I've completely changed my tune. Like, I know that that's like convenient or whatever. But I can't help but, like, think of what if I was her father. I just hope she's okay. Like, notice he's gone from despising Fordola to, like, empathizing, almost thinking of Fordola like a daughter to him, in a sense. Not really, but he's saying, like, you know, I'm just imagining, what if I was her father? Like, how would I feel? Very personal. As the saying goes, if you start a rewrite with, as the saying goes, history is written by the victor. I'll wager those who swore loyalty to Garlemald never thought they'd find themselves on the losing side. You don't understand history. Whoever wrote this, you don't understand the first goddamn thing about history. You haven't read a book in your fucking life. Don't even front. I'll wager those who, swore loyalty to Garlemald never thought they'd find themselves on the losing side, but they did, and they paid a price. Maybe not enough for some, the translator, but we've got to draw a line somewhere. To some, Fordola is a monster, worse than any blasphemy, but I've seen enough working with the Silver Griffins to realize it's never that simple. I want to believe there's hope for her, that there's hope for us all. So, もし自分が彼女の父親の立場だったらと考えてしまってな。自分が彼女の父親の立場だったら。where is that there? That's like one of the most clear expressions that you could possibly fucking write. In fact, at no point here is he criticizing Fordola in any way, shape, or form. He's criticizing himself. Oh no, yeah, they very obviously think that their writing is better, and they think that it's, like, more moral. Obviously. When really all that they're doing is showing that they didn't understand this incredibly, like, simple moral lesson that the game is trying to teach here. Like, they've wrapped it up in so many disclaimers and statements of saying that, like, it's not like you owe it to these people to forgive them entirely. It's not like it's a moral imperative to just forgive and forget. Or anything like that. They've gone out of their way to say that in the Japanese. A lot. Explicitly. But saying, hey, have you ever thought of empathy as a thing? Have you ever thought that maybe reality and history isn't just as simple as good guys, bad guys do bad things for no apparent reason, there's no lesson to be learned? Like here, I can actually personally relate to this. To be clear, I shouldn't have to do this, right? In order for this argument to make sense. But my family, on my grandfather's side, were from Ukraine. They were Jews in Ukraine. Back in, like, before the Bolshevik Revolution. Then when the Bolshevik Revolution struck, part of my family fled to America. Part of my family, on that side, stayed and joined up with the Communist Party, like what would eventually become the Communist Party. Some of them were, like, then just straight up murdered by the Communist Party. Some became party members and were then murdered by the Communist Party. Undoubtedly, some amount of those people on that side did some horrible fucking things in the name of trying to stay alive. In terms of something that I'm quite proud of, my grandfather from that side came to America, joined the Marines, and fought in World War II. You know, that's pretty fucking badass. And an American Jew joining the Marines to fight against the Nazis. The moral of the story isn't, oh, the side of my family that fled to America are just morally superior, and the side that stayed are morally inferior and deserve nothing but scorn. No, you can still look at the situation and go, man, this is fucking tragic. This is a tragic and horrible time in history. Things aren't just black and white.
シャーレットという人物について、白羽の会と連携しながら、調査を進めている。偽真珠の手がかりを得る目的も当然あるが、それだけではない。
Okay, so he's just recapping, saying we're looking into we're investigating this individual, Charlotte. Collaboration with the White Feather Association. Of course, one of our objectives is to uncover any information relating to the false divine beast. However, that isn't all.
人には戻れない。どんなに温和な人物であったとしても、自我は失われ、いつか誰かを傷つけてしまうだろう。
Once one transforms into a beast, there is no turning back. And no matter how gentle or kind-hearted someone might have been, they lose their self and, eventually will hurt others.
そうなる前に手を下さねばならぬ。獣となってしまった者にとっても、おそらくそれが唯一の救いになるはずだ。
And therefore, we must deal with them before, or we take action before that occurs. For one who's become a beast, that's the, only kindness we can offer.
の捜索は、メナーゴの部隊を中心に動いている。そして、こうも伝えてある。彼女に助けを求められた時には、必ず手を貸すようにと。
Okay, so for those being led by Menalagos unit, they've been given specific instructions that if she is to ask for help, they are to give it. Without hesitation.
では、何か進展があれば、すぐに知らせよ
う。Okay, he's just saying, if there's any... Why is the reward for this quest a fish? Why is it fish? I don't understand. I have absolutely no idea what you would translate this to without context.
オレオさん、あなたを探していたところでした。
Oh, I've been looking for
今
you.
すぐこちらへ来てください。
Please, come with me immediately.
Menago, 絶対に無理はするな。我が輩もすぐに向かう。それまで、現状の維持を優先するのだ。
Okay, Malago, don't do anything hasty or do anything reckless. I'm heading there now. What, prioritize keeping the situation under control?
オレオ、ナーゴから連絡が。
We received a report from Menago.
フォルドラの方から接触してきたらしい。
Okay, Oh, it appears that, while they were out searching, Fordola made contact with Menago's unit.
ちょうどいいところに来てくれた。捜索部隊のリンクパールとつながっている。フォルドラが貴様に伝えたいことがあるそうだ。
Okay, you're here right at just the right time. I've... connected to the search... party, search unit via link pearl. When Fordola has something she wanted to tell you. Like information she wanted to convey to you.
すまないが、時間がない。手短に話す。
Sorry for this, there's no time. I'll keep it short.
私たちのすぐ側に偽真珠がいる。事情はすでに知っていると聞いたが、あれは私の昔馴染みだ。奴が向かいそうな場所を調べ回り、発見に至った。
And the false divine beast is... It's like, what, right in front of us? I'm sure you've heard, but... You know, that thing is an old... You know, childhood is an old friend of mine. Went out to the places they might be and tracked it down, or found it.
だが、私の接近に気づくなり、山奥の潜伏先を出て、ここスペキュラ・インペラトリスへ移動を開始した。何をしでかすか、わからない状況だ。
Okay. But the moment it noticed me approach, it left its, hiding place in the mountains and started moving here to Specula Imperatoris. We have no idea what it might do.
オレオ、お前に頼みがある。
There's something I want you to do.
あいつは、ジャーレットは、誰よりも、優しい奴だったんだ。戦うことでしか、前に進むことができなかった私と違って、争いとは無縁の奴だった。
That guy, Charlotte, was kinder than anyone I've ever known. You don't even say, like, kinder than anyone I've ever known. It's, like, literally saying kinder than anyone. It's like, unlike me, who only knew how to fight. This line is difficult to make sound natural. It's saying, like, unlike me, who only knew how to move forward through fighting. You wouldn't say, like, he couldn't hurt a fly. The literal is, there's, like, arasoi to muen no yatsu. Like, he had nothing to do with conflict, but that's awkward as shit.
絶対に誰かを殺させるわけにはいかない。そうなる前に戦うことしか能のない私が奴を殺す。だから、お前に。
I can't let him kill anyone. It's like... So, like, before he does, all I can do is fight. Like, that's all I'm good for. All I can do is fight, that's all I'm good for. I'll kill him. That's why... Your options are, I'll be right there, or I'll help. I'll be right there.
すまない、オンに切る。
Thank you.
"私です。ナーゴンに変わりました。現在、偽真珠を取り逃がさないように包囲陣を敷いて。
This is me, Minago. What, taking over? Yeah, you probably just say this is Minago. Or, what, establishing or, like... what do you even say for this? Okay, yeah. We're establishing, like, a perimeter to prevent the falsified beast from escaping.
偽真珠が動き出しました。
It's on the move.
総員、迎撃態勢を。ちょっとフォルドラ、下がって。
Okay, what, all hands move to intercept? What? Put all the fall back.
通信が途絶したか。我々も現場に急ぎ向かうぞ。出撃準備が整い次第、我が輩に声をかけてくれ。
Okay, the communication cut out. We have to be there. We have to get there immediately. Let me know as soon as you're ready. Wait, but... You could literally just fuck off for, like, years.
フォルドラは自分の手で仲間を犠牲にしたんだろう。そしてまた同じことをしなければならない。いくら心の強いやつだって苦しくないはずがない。倒すべき相手の人となりを知った以上、最後を見て。
Okay, you say like we can't let Fordola kill one of her friends again.
スペキュラ・インペラトリスの周辺には集落も少なくない。絶対にここで偽真珠を止めねばならんということだ。
Okay.
フォルドラも
He's saying like there's villages, settlements around that
戦いに臨んでいることだ。
around Specular Imperatorus, whatever. We have to stop the falsified beast. And for Fordola, this is what, considering her relationship with Tauret. You know, this can't be easy for her in the slightest. Now our lives are in your hands. Where is Nisei?
皆さん、あと少しだけ踏ん張りましょう。
Everyone, just a little longer. Hang in there.
ラウバーン隊長たちが必ず。
Commander Dalvan, the hero, will be here soon, I'm sure. Hey, let's go. Sick. Yo.
皆、よくぞ持ちこたえてくれた。あとは我らに任せろ。
Bro, I fucking love Dalvan. Yeah, you've all done well, holding out leave it to us from here.
は、はい。
Okay. Fall back.
教員、退避。負傷者を守りながら、後方へ。
Yeah. Everyone, fall back. Retreat. Or it's like, yeah, fall back. Retreat, prioritize shielding the wounded.
許して、許じて。
Yeah, oh no, it just keeps saying like, forgive me, or I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
僕は、卑怯者。
What, a coward?
「本当に戦うしか道はないのかな。僕たちはただ自由が欲しいだけなのに。
Is there really no way other than to fight? All we want is freedom.
無理強いはしないさ。俺は武器を取る以外の方法を知らないだけだ。お前にはお前の道がある。
We're not gonna force you. I just don't know any other way. Than to fight. Or like, he really says I don't know any other way than to like take up arms. You've got your own path. You've got your own path.
僕は臆病者だ。誰かを傷つけることも、誰かを失うことも怖くてたまらない。
I'm just a coward. I'm so scared of hurting anyone, of losing any of you. I'm just so scared.
お前は優しいからな。虫一匹も殺せないほどに。
Yeah, okay. Here you can easily just say, like, you wouldn't hurt a fly. I know, you're a nice guy. I know, you couldn't kill a fly. You couldn't hurt a fly.
虫くらい殺せるさ。多分。
Oh, this is... so you can't, like... Ah... Because he's saying, like, I could kill, like, a bug. Probably. I don't know if you want to go with, like, the you couldn't hurt a fly thing then, there.
失敗するな、チャーレット。私たちの誰か一人でも這い上がれれば、すべてが変わる。そんな未来で生きてくれる仲間がいてくれれば本望だ。
Yeah, don't worry, Charlotte. What if... Yeah, so this is the whole point of this is like, if even one of us manages to make our way out of this, or like climb our way to the top, everything will change. I'd just be glad to know that, like, one of our friends gets to live in that future.
そうだよ、チャーレットが軍に入らなくても、私たちはお前を恨んだりしないよ。
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Charlotte. Even if you don't join the army, we'll never hold it against you.
それじゃあ明日、帝国軍への入隊志望者は、この場所で。
Okay, so... Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Well, let's meet here tomorrow, all of us who are gonna join the Imperial Army.
結局、何もできなかった。自分なりに抗ったけど、ダメだった。
I couldn't do anything. Ah, 自分なりに抗った。It's like I fought, or I like resisted. However I could, but it wasn't good enough.
目にあって、フォルドラ姉もたくさん犠牲を払ったのに、僕だけが戦いもせず自由を手にしてしまった。
Everyone, like, what, everyone suffered so much, or everyone went through hell, and what Fordola paid such a heavy price. That's a little bit awkward, but yeah, I'm the only one who's free without him. Who, I guess you would say I'm the only one who didn't have to fight for his freedom.
僕は卑怯者だ。
I'm just a coward.
うわー。ああ、許してにちゃんみんな。
Yeah, forgive me. I can't remember his brother's name, but it's like, yeah, brother, everyone.
みんな一緒に一緒。
All, the ishoni. It's like, yeah, all of us. I'm assuming he's saying, like, we should have been together, right?
シャーレット、お前の兄は私の命令で、私が優しい皆、許しを請うのは私の方だ。私もお前たちと一緒に逃げるな。絶望に逃げようとするな。私にはお前が背負ってきたものがわからない。お前が言葉にするのを拒んできたから。
Okay, this is complicated. Okay, so the line there was like, Charlotte, it's like, because of me, your brother is... the, 私が優しいみんなを。So she is oh god. Something stuck in my throat there. 1 second. You know, she's describing them all as so kind, right? I don't know, it's like, because of me, your brother is... I don't know, you might say, like, all of them. I love them so much, and they're... Maybe for something like that might be a little bit of an overstatement, but... Then the next line is like, I should be, like, begging for their forgiveness. I should be, like, with them. And then she said, like, don't run. Yeah, don't run away to, or, like, escape into despair. Yeah, I don't know what you're... Like, what burden you're carrying because you... Like, you never told us.
でも、今ここで倒れたら、お前に仲間を殺された私たちは、 このままずっとお前を理解することも許すこともできなくなるじゃないか。
Yeah, but if you were to, fall here. Like, whose comrades you killed will never be able to understand you or forgive you. Like, that's sort of the point here. Again, the お前を理解する。許すこと。
だから生きろ。生きて、抗って、戦い続けるんだ、ホルドラ。
Yeah, so live. This 抗って is also kind of throwing me. I don't know, you might just say live and keep fighting. Hold on.
心配しなくても、オレオが死なせないさ。
What? Don't worry, the player character won't let you die. How did he get here in the goddamn wheelchair? Okay, that makes sense.
ラガンフリッドに無理言って連れてきてもらったんだ。
Okay, thank you for the explanation. It's like when I told Ragnfrid I had to be
こ
here.
の戦い、俺も見届けさせてくれ。これまで共に戦ってきた仲間として。
What, let me be here to witness this? Like as a fellow comrade who's fought by your side.
それに、俺もジャーレットの過去を見た。だから少しだけ分かったよ。そいつの思いが。
Yeah, I saw Charlotte's past too. I understand, at least a little, how he feels.
苦しかったよな、辛かったよな。仲間が必死に戦ってるのに、自分だけ何もできないなんて、情けなかったよな。
Hey, it's almost like that's applying to our volunteer too. These are really two words for the same, like it was, painful, it was hard to not be able to do anything while your, friends and comrades, fight with everything they've got. Like how pathetic that is. Like how pathetic that feels.
お前は、お前なりに、戦ってたんだろ?
This omae nari ni. Right, like, but Charlotte, you don't want to say like in your own way for that, really. Because that's losing some of the impact, but that's really what you mean. It's like, but Charlotte, you did fight.
剣を手に切り結ぶだけが、誰かのための戦いじゃないんだぜ。
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's other ways to fight. This Dareka no Tame would either be like for others or for the ones you love. Like there's other ways to fight than just with like sword in hand.
なんて、誰かさんの受け売りだけどな。
Or it's like what, at least that's what someone once told me.
アラミゴは変わる。いや、 我々が変えてみせると誓おう。
Alamigo will change. No, I swear. What we will
一人
change
一人が
it.
犯した過ちを認め、同胞が互いを傷つけ合うことなく。
What we will all acknowledge the mistakes we've made. And swear as fellow Alamegans to but never hurt one another again. Maybe you would go with for that?
皆が手を取り合って自由に歩めるアラミゴに。
But we'll join hands to build an Alamigo where all can be free. Or something. Maybe. Your options here are... Let's fight Charlotte, or... I'm gonna just go with, like, I'm not gonna let anyone die. Nobody's dying here today. Nobody.
アンスフリット、エメリン、すまない。そっちに行くのはもう少しだけ待っていてくれ。
Yeah. Ansfrito, Emarin, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be a little while longer before I... meet you again.
お前に誰も殺させはしない。
And Charlotte, I won't let you kill anyone.
その罪を背負うのは私だけで十分なんだ。
This is also like, this is the character. There's no way they translated this either, but I'm not gonna check. Like, no one needs to bear that weight but me. You know, no one needs to bear that sin but me. Something like that.
頼む、力を、お前の力を貸してくれ。
Yeah, please, I need your help. No, yeah, it is a really cool line. Like, obviously you would wanna do some stuff to try and make it... Oh god, you can't... Oh, that's so annoying. Like, I can't... Oh no, I can quick target.
奴の注意を引きつける。俺を回復は任せたぞ。
必ずこの手で決着をつける。だから死ぬわけにはいかないんだ。
Okay, I can do the quick target. I don't think I'm going to be able to actually put shields on Raban, though. Oh no, I can. Ordinarily, they don't let you do that. Is this actually going to heal him? It is very... Okay, that doesn't look like it's healing him at all.
これを S ロー頼む。
Yeah, I don't actually remember how that one works. I thought it had a passive dot element to it as well. Or hot, rather. Portal up. Why exactly did we go to the one that I was already in? Can we explain? You mind explaining that one? Okay, I don't feel like I got tagged there. Oh, I'm dead as shit, actually.
やらせんぞ。我が輩が盾となっている限り、俺を死なせはせん。
底力を見せてみよう。
限界が近いようだな。覚悟はいいか？このまま一気に畳みかけるぞ。
もういいんだ、チャーレット。私が終わらせてやる。
全部壊す。みんな一緒、みんな一緒に。
さあかけろ。受験理想だよ。
守り抜いてみせる。ポルドラの託された発動まで10。ポルドラの託された発動まで5。ポルドラの託された発動まで4。ポルドラの託された発動まで3。ポルドラの託された発動まで2。ポルドラの託された発動まで1。
Yeah, I don't remember how to play this class. Or healer in general. Wait a minute, isn't there's like more quest after this quest? No, I will not tolerate this slander. The fact that I don't actually play Final Fantasy XIV enough to remember what buttons do is not indicative of my general skill in games.
ありがとう、オレオ。
After the shit that we've pulled off in like GTFO or beating most Silk Song bosses first try, I will not take this. Yeah, if you're not the best at literally every game, hell yeah, high fives. I mean, the thing is that, this is going to come across as, did we beat GTFO yet? Not yet, we're on the final level. But we've also been playing some modded rundowns and stuff. But I mean, even just beating R2E1 is like... that shit's ridiculous. Yay!
おかえり、お姉ちゃん。ああ、ただいま。
The classic, the Okaeri Tadaima. Very difficult to translate, but basically Fordola is now actually expressing that she feels as though Alamigo is like her home. Right? I mean, this one, to be fair, is difficult. I don't know, you might go with... I think you might go with something like you made it back. And then something like, yeah. Yeah, I did. Right? Something that has somewhat of that double meaning there. Somewhat of the double meaning. Yeah, they just didn't do anything. They just went with, I've been looking everywhere for you, and have you now? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. This is supposed to be quite important, actually. A statement of expressing that, like, she views this place as her home. And is now, like, a real part of Alamigo. I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, take off the fucking collar at some point here.
Alamigoの偽真珠は倒された。獣に転化した者たちは救えなかったが、それでも他に犠牲者を出さなかったことは奇跡に等しい。
We've defeated the false divine beast of Alamigo. There was nothing that could be done for those who had already transformed, but it's like, what, a miracle that there were no further casualties.
って思えば、最初に偽真珠がアラミガンクォーターを襲撃した時も多少の被害はあっても死者は一人もいなかった。
Even, thinking back now, when the false divine beast attacked in the Alamigan Quarter, though there was damage, there were no fatalities.
もしかすると、チャーレットの優しさゆえに、人を傷つけまいと奥地に潜んでいたのかもしれぬな。
Yeah, it's like perhaps it was, due to Charlotte's kindness, his desire to not hurt anyone else, that when he hid away in the mountains.
スペキュラ・インペラトリスに向かったのは、お兄さんたちに会いたいという願いからか。
I guess the reason he went to Specula Imperatoris was, because he wanted to see his brother and his friends again.
ドクロ連隊が犯した罪は許されるべきではない。しかし、彼らだけが悪いのではない。そうせざるを得なかったほどの環境が確かにあったのだ。
Yeah, the crimes committed by the Skull Regiment should not be forgiven, yet they were not the only ones at fault. It's like there were, circumstances that led them with... It's not really, left them with no other options, necessarily. It's the... そうさざるを得なかったほどの環境が確かにあった。This is another thing that I think that people get just, totally filtered by when it comes to Japanese. this style of argumentation and this style of giving concessions. This is not tacit approval. This is not specifically saying like, oh, they had literally no other choice. That's not what this means. You kind of line it up with the previous statement. The fault doesn't lie with them alone. There were circumstances that drove them to like have no other choice, or that drove them to take the actions that they committed.
共和国として生まれ変わった。今度こそ憎しみを込めて誰かに石を投げるのではなく、互いに手を差し伸べられる国としなければ。
Hey, look, this is like incredibly deeply important because this is directly related to Fordola's backstory. Wait a second, did they not? Oh, they didn't translate this. They didn't translate this. Are you fucking kidding me? This is Raoban directly empathizing with Fordola. Like, do you remember that her, like, father was killed being... I can't remember, he was killed being, like, stoned to death by an angry mob. In front of her. This is pretty fucking important. Alamigo has been, reborn as a republic? We must ensure that, like, this time it is a nation in which we reach out. Yeah, we reach out to one another rather than casting stones. Like, in hatred. That's like... Let me just make sure. Let me make sure that the line is here. 'Cause, again... No, yeah, they just didn't translate it. They just straight up didn't translate it. Like... They just didn't translate Raoban explicitly stating that the Skull Regiment wasn't the only ones at fault, and directly addressing that, like, proud, patriotic Alavegans stoned Fordola's father to death? It's clear he retained some semblance of his former self, another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others, but the Crenia Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them because they were denied one with us. Where's the thing about, like, the stones? That's kind of fucking important? Oh, it goes well beyond any sort of, like, parallel that you could draw to any bullshit modern politics thing. The stoning people to fucking death.
ええ、そのためにも慰霊祭は必ず実現させます。今すぐは無理でも、一人一人がこの地で生きた証を集めて、それを俺たちがしっかりと覚えて、繋いで生きていくんです。
That's why we have to make this memorial service happen. You know, we might not be able to right away, but... Konochi de ikita akashi. It's like what we'll gather the proof that they lived, that they all truly lived here. Hold on to those. Like those memories come together and live on.
お前も慰霊祭には来てくれるだろう?
Will you be coming to the memorial service as well?
さあな。私は参加を選べる立場じゃない。
Who knows? It's not really my... I don't really have a say.
そのことだが、囚人部隊という扱いも見直すつもりだ。我が輩の独断で決定はできぬが、理解を得られるよう手を尽くす。十分この国のために尽くしてくれた自由を得る権利はある。
Okay. Okay, this is very... There's a couple of layers of clarification here. It's like, what, regarding that, I intend to, what? What, reconsider the current status of, like, the prisoners unit? I cannot make this decision unilaterally or arbitrarily, however. I'll do my utmost to attempt to gain the necessary support, I think. You've served this nation like well enough. You know, you've served this nation very well. You've earned your Jio Erukindi. It's like what you've earned. I guess you would just say like earned the right to your freedom. Wait, what? Is there something even crazier in here?
少なくともその首の巻きはもう必要ないはずだ。
Yeah, at the very least, that... Yeah, that device around your neck won't be won't be necessary anymore. Wow, go fuck yourself. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together. To give them in death what we couldn't in life, to not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts or makes us feel ashamed, why would it? You'll be attending, won't you? I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. That's not what she said. That makes it sound like she's not going. When what she actually said was, I'm not exactly the one who gets to decide those things. In light of your leal fuck-off service to Amigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound eased, providing I'm able to obtain approval, you'll be granted a decree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need for that choker. See, that's not what he said. This is just like, in the Japanese... No, it sounds like she's going to be free just like in general. Really. Like, it's probably not just like, oh, you're completely off the hook entirely, but at least to me in the Japanese, this sounds more like parole or something. Like, you fought for this nation, you should be free. Like, you can't get much more clearer than Jio Eru Kendi wa aru. Like, that's about as free, like, as explicit as you get. Like, you have earned the right to, like, be free. Really, you could also read that as, like, you have earned the right to earn your freedom, kind of. You have the right to earn your freedom. And that's why I'm saying, like, at the very least, there won't be any need for that anymore. So it's not like she's just gonna be, like, totally free and forgiven, but they're not just gonna keep her as a, like, as a prisoner soldier forever. Hence the importance of her doing, you know, them doing the Okaeri Tadaima. Like, she's gone from being a prisoner and a stranger within Alamigo to now being a member of Alamigo. Right? Like, sort of important. The thing is that I bet whoever translated this has some sort of media that they really love, in which far worse villains are forgiven. Like some fucking has-been Hotel ass fans or shit like that. Like, or like Asgore in Undertale. I mean, if their stance is, anybody who does horrible things can never be forgiven ever, and they can never change, and they're always going to be horrible monsters, and they should always be treated as horrible monsters, then fair play, you just suck. Like, you just suck as a person, and I don't want anything to do with you, and also, fuck off. Like, don't write that disgusting bullshit into other people's stories.
Oh, よかったじゃないか、フォルドラよ。
Oh my god, this is actually probably the worst. This is probably the worst line. Remember what Dogonfried said before about, like, I can't help but think, what if I was her father? Here, this is something that, like, this is a kind of like a fatherly line, honestly. It's like, oh wow, that's wonderful, Fordola. It's like, oh, did you hear that? That's wonderful, Fordola. Like, he's excited for her. There will be no objections from me. You've done well. There's just, like, approval instead of bordering on fatherly affection. Hmm.
そこは素直に喜べって。
Yeah, like here. These lines are... These lines are always anything with Sunao. Yorokobette. It's like, what, you don't have to, you know, you don't have to pretend. You can just be happy.
俺もしばらくはアラミゴで活動を続けるよ。生まれも育ちも関係なく、誰かのための力になりたい。この手と声が届く限り、助けを求める人たちの希望になりたいんだ。
I'm going to stay here and try to help in Alamigo for a time being. You know, it doesn't matter where I was, like, what, born or like where we were born or raised. I want to do what I can to help others. But as long as I can still reach out with my hands and my voice. What I want to be a, like, source of hope? Or like a... Yeah, source of hope, beacon of hope for those in need.
そしていつか、親友のあいつに言ってやるのさ。俺もでかくなっただろうって。
This is hard. This is hard. Yeah, and you know, someday I'll tell... I don't know, I don't know if you'd really say best friend here. He's talking about Alfino, right? This... They're using... This is like the metaphorical sense of it. You know, he had told Alfino, like, oh, you're really grown up, but he's saying he wants to be able to say to Alfino, like, what I've made it too. Like, he's doing big things. Just like Alfino.
本当の意味で、ここからアラミゴは変わっていくだろう。楽しみだな、この国の未来が。
Alamigo is now truly going to change. I look forward to seeing what this nation will become.
"改めて礼を言わせてくれ。この国の民を守る者として、それから共に戦場に立つ一人の仲間として。
Let me thank you once again as someone who protects the people of this nation and as like a fellow comrade in
どれ
arms.
だけ窮地に追い込まれようとも、貴様が戦場で立ち続けている限り、勝利への希望は決してついえぬ。
And no matter how no matter how, like, hopeless things may seem, so long as you still stand on the battlefield, there will always remain, hope for victory.
それにしても、フォルドラが人を頼るとはな。きっと、絶望の際で必死に抗いながらも、貴様という希望の光を見失いたくなかったのだろ
う。And I can't... I can't believe have seen the day where Fordola would ask for help. Well, I'm sure even, like, struggling on the brink of despair, like the precipice of despair, this is a bit difficult. The Mushin... Mushinai Takanai. It's like what she didn't want to lose sight of the, ray of hope? The, light of hope you emit. Oh, that's fun. The top option is like, you know, like, come on, Roban, you don't have to... Not like you to, get all sentimental or something. Middle option is like, I really wish the people would stop getting into, like, reckless fights. The bottom option is using Kisama right back at him. I'm glad to have you around too.
そう言われると身が引き締まるな。その改まった口調も、親近感が湧いて良いものだ。
Oh God. Oh God. Oh, this is just direct references to Japanese tone. Oh no. It's like what, when you say that I, really feel it. The literal here is like, what, like hearing you be all, like, ceremonial or formal like that really makes me feel like we're actually close. That doesn't make any goddamn sense in English.
それにしても、貴様ほど頼りになる癒し手はおらぬだろう。絶望に飲まれかけていた者たちの心まで癒したのだからな。アラミゴを守る者として重ねて感謝させてくれ。
And, what, there really is no more, what, reliable healer than you, no better healer than you. What, it's like you even healed the hearts of those who were, like, on the brink of being swallowed by despair. As a protector of Alamigo. Once again, you have my thanks.
さて、ラザファンに赴くことがあれば、アラミゴの駐在部官にも、ことの次第を報告してもらいたい。謝礼を用意しておくように。
Okay, so that's just saying we're going back to the guy in Alamigo, and then we've got the follow-up, like, you did all of them, now do the epilogue one. Yeah, that one was excellent, but hang on, so the problem is that if they ever bring up Fordola again, and she's just, like, totally free, the English is gonna have to do some whack-ass retcon. Some really awkward garbage to justify it. The whole thing there was just the translators trying as hard as they could to undermine the central themes of the story.
これは、オレオ殿、ご無事で何よりです。
Which is reprehensible.
しかも、すべてのものを対象とした慰霊祭の開催に向けて道筋をつけてくださったとは。
Okay, yeah.
にも報告しておきます。きっと七も陛下もお喜びになることでしょう。
They're talking about like, yeah, the achievements, holding the memorial. Nanamo is incredibly pleased. Thank you. A lot of formalized language about that. Okay, so then this is the last one, right? With the like beast of the capital?
やあ、我らが英雄オレオ、よく来てくれた。
Oh, our hero. Thank you for coming.
君の尽力もあって、エオルゼア諸国、並びにドマ国における偽真珠の討伐が完了した。本当によくやってくれたよ。
Okay. Thanks in no small part to your efforts, the yada yada false beast has been defeated.
それ以外の国や地域でも偽真珠への対策は進んでいてね。続々と吉報が届いているんだ。
Okay. I'm kind of skimming this. Hang on. How many quests are in this little epilogue? Oh, no. It's like a whole... Oh, no. It's like a... Oh, it's long as shit, actually. Oh, I thought it was like a one-quest epilogue. No, it's like 6. Oh, no. So, I mean, I guess it's a whole other role quest? I did not know. Okay. So then, I mean, I guess we'll get it started. In here. At the very least. Measures being taken in other nations and areas against the appearance of the falsifying beasts. It's... What good news has been coming in steadily. Oh, you get to hang out with Olvino and I was like, okay, then sick. Then I'm done. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, sick. Even though, whether it only recently gained its independence, the provisional, or like, the provisional government forces, fought hard with support from Alamigo, and, with under the command of the like, God, guys, his name is so sick. Is that, I can't remember the pronunciation. Is it Oro? Because it is like Jet Black King of Wolves, or like Wolf King, but it's not just Black Wolf. I think that they just call him like the Black Wolf or something. Something lame. It's not as cool. It's not nearly as cool. They were victorious. Okay. Okay, however, it appears that an incredibly powerful beast, seemingly a false divine beast, has appeared in Garlemald, and a request for aid has come in.
思えば、かの地で終末が本格化した際、多くの獣が現れていたが、偽真珠は確認されていなかった。どこかに潜んでいたということだろう。
Yeah, thinking back, that's where the Apocalypse truly accelerated? Many beasts appeared, however, a false divine beast was not identified, likely because it was lying in wait somewhere.
さらに、偽真珠が活動を再開したのと時を同じくして帝国市民の間で獣化現象が生じ始めているそうだな。
That's the thing that's really fucking obnoxious, Exia. Like, I wish, like, me and Michael just played Xiaofuyu no Bokura, or in English just Bokura, and I looked at the English translation for that afterwards, and like there's some amount of like the poetry and the fancy literary tone is lost, like a little bit, but it's totally serviceable. It is an entirely fine translation. Just totally fine. I can still wholeheartedly recommend the game. It's a very good game. But then with things like this, or with things like Metaphor, you reach a tipping point where it's like, yeah, you're kind of just not really getting the same story at all. To the point where, like, you know, I've had people tell me quote-unquote spoilers about things that happen in the English that make no sense. Like, I had parts of the game spoiled for me early, but they were things that didn't actually happen. So therefore, they weren't even actual spoilers. You know, like, I mean, that basically goes for everything that anybody ever told me about Dawn Trail. The story just isn't what they described it as. Okay. Oh, God. So, back to this. It's like, there is a... It has been reported that... I would even go beyond saying serviceable. I really like Dawn Trail. It's my third favorite expansion. I think that there's like a strong power gap between... You know, it goes like from the bottom up. For me at least, it goes like Stormblood is at the bottom, then Heavensward, then ARR, Power Gap, Dawn Trail, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. I don't think anybody who played the game in English would have that opinion. Okay, so, it's been reported that... coinciding with the... like, False Divine Beast resuming... like, activity resuming, a phenomenon has been reported in which, citizens of the Imperial Capital, or of the Empire, are transforming into beasts. God.
元凶が取り除かれ、空が燃えるほどの終末現象は収まった。
Okay, thanks to your efforts, or thanks to your, like, admirable efforts, the, root cause of the apocalypse, what was removed, and the, like, symptoms or phenomenon known as the apocalypse that ignited the skies. Subsided.
しかし、すでに終末の獣となってしまったものは元には戻れず、減少してはいるものの、未だ獣化の事例も報告されているのだ。
Okay, however, those who have already transformed into beasts of the apocalypse cannot be returned to their former states. And although it has been dwindling recently, there are still cases of transformations being reported.
これまでの長きにわたり、元凶が発していた負のアーカーシャが完全に消え去るまでには、今しばらくの時を要するということなのだろう。
Okay, it appears as though it will take quite some time for the, yeah, like what the negative Akasha emitted to vanish.
しかも、ガレマルドの偽真珠はかなり手強いらしい。ぜひ偽真珠と相対した経験が豊富な君にも討伐に力を貸してもらいたいのだが。
However, the false divine beast that has appeared in Garlemald appears to be particularly formidable. We would like your assistance in dealing with it, considering your experience. Okay, I'm just gonna say yes. Let's go.
快諾に感謝する。 救援要請を送ってきたシャーレアン人も喜ぶだろう。君の派遣を説明
God, this person is formal. My thanks. But like, that isn't even just my thanks, the kaidaku. God, this is very formal. Okay. What Charlene who... I'm sure the Charlene who sent the request for aid will also be overjoyed. They were, truly, It's like, adamant about requesting your assistance? Maybe?
彼らがなぜガレマルドの偽真珠を倒すために協力者を求めているのか。私も疑問に思っているが、それは直接本人から聞いてもらいたい。
Bro, this dialogue is giving me a headache. Okay. Okay, so why would they, having up until this point so stubbornly refused involvement with other nations, now seek the aid of, like, allies to assist with defeating the falsified beast that has appeared in Garlemald? I'm not sure myself. I'd like for you to inquire about that with them, I guess.
ガレマルドにいる派遣団の情報将校のもとへ向かってくれ。
Yes, it's very fun. If you're willing to accept the request, okay. Yes. Camp Broken Glass. Thank you.
「これは、オレオ殿。こちらにいらしたということは、偽真珠対策の支援要請をお引き受けくださるのですか？
Okay, yeah, he's just saying, like, are you here to help out with the false one base? Yes.
早速、マキシマ殿とルキア殿のもとへご案内いたします。
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that... I mean, this happened while we were playing Bokura. There were a couple of moments in which you're intentionally supposed to split up and, like, not communicate with the person that you're playing in co-op, right? And in those moments where I was just reading the Japanese dialogue without having to say anything out loud or translate it, it's just like, you know, you're just reading. It's so easy, it's not difficult. If I was just reading the Japanese dialogue and not having to translate it all, those sort of lines, totally fine. I would just read them and comprehend them and move on. Yes, I'll bring you to Maxima and Rukia right away.
"オレオさん、またもあなたの力をお借りすることになり恐縮です。
God. Okay. Well, my thanks for what your continued assistance you would probably go with for this, actually. What he really said was, like, my apologies to... He really, like, apologized for it, but you'd probably thank them. Yeah, we were hesitant to ask for your assistance following your... return from the edge of the universe, but... we truly do need your help.
それでは、早速この旅の要請元であり、偽真珠の発見者でもある人物から説明してもらおう。
Okay. So then... and to explain in further detail is the person who has both made the request for aid and discovered the false divine beast. It's gonna be all Fino or Alize, right? Oh, it's not. Oh, shit!
自己紹介の必要はなかろうが、まずは要請に応じて
Oh yeah, I thought you were actually like... I thought that was a bit. I believe there's no need for introductions. First, allow me to extend my thanks and... What, you taking on this request? It's like my profound thanks.
順を追って説明させてもらおう。事の発端は、シャーレアン哲学者議会とレポリットの間で、ガツの今後について、協議を開始したことによる。
Allow me to explain the details of the situation. It all began when the Chilean Philosophers' Parliament initiated discussion with the Reporate regarding the future of... Or like the future usage or the future of the moon.
月に与えられていた脱出船としての役割は、暁による天の果てへの遠征の結果として不要となった。そこで、その新たな利用法を探り始めていたのだ。
The moon's original purpose as a escape vessel was rendered unnecessary following the Dawn's expedition or journey to the edge of the universe. Therefore, discussion began to discover to explore new ways in which it may be utilized.
結果、一つの案が持ち上がった。人類のあらゆる知識とそのサンプルを保管する究極の資料保管庫を作るという計画だ。
Man, this fucks me up. This is the problem here. This is the problem here. I know all of those words. I know all of those kanji. My Japanese vocabulary has become overly specialized. Like, 究極の資料保管庫. I can just rattle that off. It's like, yeah, okay. That makes perfect sense. But then when we were playing Bokura, I'd be like, what's that word? Oh, simple-ass everyday word? I need to think about this for a second. It's all fucked. It's all backwards. What the result of those negotiations was that a single suggestion rose to the surface, or like emerged, really. That is a plan to build an ultimate archive to safeguard all of humanity's knowledge and the associated samples.
無論、我が国には世界に誇るべきヌーメノン大書院やアルケーオン保管院といった施設がある。
Yeah, naturally, of course, our nation prides itself upon the facilities such as the Great Library of Numeon and the Archeon. I can't remember what we went with for this. It's like archive. No, it's not. This one is an archive. It's like, what do they call this in English? What do they call this in English? they say like repository, but they don't name them. Archaeon repository might be okay. Yeah.
だが、それらとて完全ではない。天災や戦災によって消失するリスクが常にあるからだ。
However, these are not perfect. There is always a risk of their loss at the hands of natural disaster or war.
特定の国家に支配されず、かつ環境的に安定した土地、すなわち月こそが最良と考えたのだ。
Therefore, it was concluded that a place, not ruled by, not under control of any specific nation, and entirely environmentally stable would be the entirely environmentally stable, that is to say, the moon, would be the, best choice? Or the optimal place for such a thing?
各国に合意を得た上で、事前調査を行うべく、多国籍の月面調査隊を結成したのだが、
Kill me. Yeah, 多国籍の月面調査隊? Sure, bro. So, after obtaining the agreement of various, nations, a multinational lunar exploration team was formed to, conduct a preliminary investigation. Multinational lunar exploration team was formed to conduct a preliminary investigation. God damn it, man. I mean, cosmic exploration was teased this early on. Well, let's look at the, yeah, no, the problem is that the wording in the English is not as precise. The wording in the English is far sloppier. Thus we did consult the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Razad Han. They agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. That's not actually what he said. One, he specifically listed off these nations instead of saying, after obtaining the support of various nations, a multinational lunar exploration team was formed to conduct a preliminary investigation. So, the thing is that the Chosatai is, research team. You would probably say, lunar exploration or lunar research survey, maybe? There's a couple of different ways that you can say that, a multinational lunar survey team, you could also say. But exploration, exploratory, also accurate.
私を含む調査隊が月に渡るべくバブイルの塔に侵入したところ、偽真珠とおぼしき獣と遭遇、撤退を
And
余
when
儀なく
this,
されたの
I
だ。
think you would probably say survey, actually, for this Chosatai. When the survey team, including myself, entered the Tower of Bawil, but with the intention of transit to the moon. we encountered a, beast that appeared to be a false divine beast and had no choice but to retreat.
さらに気がかりなのは、ほぼ同じ時期からガレマルドにおいて人々の獣化現象が確認され始めたことです。一度は収束したと考えていたのですが。
What is the, most concern is that around that same time, cases were reported of bestial transformations were reported within the vicinity of Garlemald. We believed that that the situation here had been brought under control. However,
だが、悪い話ばかりではない。各国の名手たちが、偽真珠討伐への協力を表明し、応援部隊も到着しつつあるのだ。
However, it isn't all bad news. Leaders from various nations have promised their support in defeating this false divine beast and have dispatched reinforcements.
すでにアルトアレール教とグリダニアの白蛇のモリト殿が獣化に至る絶望の要因を解き明かそうと行動を開始しています。
Yes, Lord Altorere and Gridania's twin. Wait a minute. Shirohebi no Morito. Who is this? Or it's like the protectors of the White Serpent? I don't remember this name. What are taking action to uncover the root? Yeah, the source of the despair that's leading to these transformations.
空が燃え上がった時のように誰も彼もが獣になることはないようですが、油断は禁物です。
Yeah, though, unlike when the sky was ablaze, not all present will become beasts. We cannot afford to be complacent.
私たちもこのキャンプでアルフィノ殿やアリゼー殿はテルティウム駅で人々の声に耳を傾けて心を解きほぐすよう努めています。
Okay, so he's just saying that Alfino and Alize are endeavoring to lend an ear to the people and ease their minds, I guess you would say, in Teretium Station. So that's where we're gonna go.
そして肝心の偽真珠の討伐だが、実はそれを阻む障害が立ちはだかっていてな。
Regarding the main task of defeating the false divine beast, there is a obstacle in our way.
キリ殿とフォルドラ殿にその打開策を検討してもらっている。詳しくは彼女たちから直接話を聞いてもらいたい。
We've asked Yugiri and Fordola to attempt to devise a solution, like a plan to deal with this present situation. However, I believe it would be better for you to hear that information directly from them.
それでは外にいる彼女らの元に向かおう。この旅の件は最後まで私が付き合わせてもらうのでよろしく頼む。
Okay, let's go speak with them now. But I intend to accompany you. Throughout this, I guess you would probably say mission. I'm glad to have your assistance. Friendly wave. Okay. This is all substantially... God, that's more than I was expecting to have to do. Both of them are going to be... You need to have warmer clothes. I'm worried. Anyway. We'll get into this more in just a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. We're back. I do say it a lot, but genuinely the level of detail in the writing and the fact that they're entirely willing to take things seriously and have characters just go on these highly technical political spiels is one of my favorite things about the game. Fortunal is not pulling any damn punches.
ふん、またお前か。相変わらずお人よしだな。オレオ殿、お互い思わぬところで再会となったな。
It's like, how strange to meet you again here.
心中討伐を阻む障害についてだが、私よりも月面調査隊に護衛として雇われていた、とある傭兵から説明してもらった方が早いだろう。
Having these characters interact is very odd. Okay. Regarding the difficulties that the, False Divine Beast, I guess you might even say, like, Extermination Team is presently facing, it would likely be faster for a certain mercenary employed by the, like, lunar survey team to explain the situation. Oh, you son of a bitch.
からすると、二人は顔見知りだろうか?
But from that reaction, it's I take it you know each other? Your options are, hey, nice to see you again, Lawrence, or, yeah, that's the leader of the Romeo Brigade. I'm gonna immediately out him.
さて、何のことだかな。俺はただ、割の良い護衛依頼に乗っただけの、どこにでもいる、しがない傭兵さ。
It's like, well, you know. I don't know, this is kind of just like, well, you know. Or who could say? Or even, like, not quite sure what you're talking about. I mean, I'm just, I'm just your everyday mercenary who's signed on to a, what, well-paying, escort job.
海遊旅団の団長といえば、その正体は、桐ひげの隠し財宝並みの謎と言われている。こんな表舞台に現れるわけがないだろう。
And besides, the captain, the leader of the Umio Brigade is, shrouded in just as much mystery as, like Miss Beard's hidden treasure. No way somebody like that would show up here.
ともかく、本題に移る。
Nobody cares, man.
大型の獣と遭遇したのは、バブイルの塔の上部に位置する増築区画だ。
Anyway, as for the task at hand, we encountered a massive beast, apparently, or like, that has been identified as likely being a false divine beast in a Huh? It's like, what, an upper subdivision? Is that what you mean? Like an upper subdivision near the top of the Tower of Bonneville? Huh? Why does he talk like a fucking pirate in the English? Why does he talk like a pirate? Stop it. The whole fake pirate accent really is just a complete invention by people who don't understand what pirates were. You could show these people a real pirate and they'd be like, that's not a pirate. He doesn't have an eye patch or a big cutlass or a big beard. Like some of the people in Limsa had like a somewhat seafaring, they had like a seafaring vernacular and stuff to them. But this guy specifically doesn't. Like that's kind of the point of him. Like if he's trying to be like, oh, I'm just your average everyday mercenary, how could I possibly be the leader of the Umio Brigade? Do you think that he would be talking going like, ahoy me mateys, I don't know what you're possibly speaking of. I'm nothing more than a mere mercenary. I've never even seen the ocean. What's a ship? Pirate? No, I don't be putting rats in me pies. They would probably... You can take that joke for free, Japanese to English translation teams. You can just have that one.
「ご丁寧に多数の獣を引き連れていてな。その一部を片付けて親玉も始末してやろうとしたが銃弾が引かれちまった。
ご丁寧に。
引かねえときた。
Okay, ご丁寧に is very funny here. Yeah, it's like... I mean, it's... It even brought, had a whole... like, horde or whatever of beasts with it as well. And we tried to clear out some of the pack and deal with the boss too, but my bullet just bounced right off, like ricocheted right off. Didn't have any effect, didn't do anything to it at all.
どうやら不可視の障壁によって守られているらしい。俺がいくら見てもその隙は見つからなかった。
It seems to be protected by some form of invisible barrier. And no matter how hard I tried to, see through it, I couldn't find an opening at all.
そのうちに次々と獣が現れてきてな。このままじゃ犠牲が出ると判断して撤退を決断したのさ。
Okay, and then, more and more beasts began to appear. Recognizing that there may be, casualties, that staying would lead to casualties. That there would be casualties, we decided to retreat.
あの障壁がある限り、あんたの力をもってしても、偽真珠に有効打を与えるのは難しいだろう。
And so long as that barrier is in place, even someone as powerful as you would be, even someone with your power would be unable to land a finishing blow on that false divide beast.
終末の獣はエーテルが腐り落ちた存在。エーテルを原動力とする魔法障壁は展開できまい。つまり未知の障壁ということになるな。
Okay, however, the beasts of the apocalypse are born from corrupted ether. It shouldn't be able to utilize an etheric barrier, or it shouldn't be able to deploy an etheric barrier. Meaning we're dealing with a barrier of unknown origins or of an unknown nature.
ああ、古シュノの旦那から聞いた。その仮説をもとにない知恵を絞ってみたんだが、どうにもな。
Yeah, okay, after obtaining getting that information from Fortuno, I tried... I really tried to think over what it could be, but nothing came to mind.
結界のスペシャリストでもあるグリラニアの現実工がこちらに向かってくれているらしい。彼女にも話を聞いて対抗策を練ってみるつもりだ。
Okay, fortunately... Okay, the Gridania's Magi, whatever you wanted to go with, specialist in, magical barriers is on her way. We were intending to, consult with her to attempt to devise a, countermeasure.
だからあんたらは獣化対策の方に協力を頼めるか？偽真珠はただでさえ多くの獣を引き連れていたからな。犠牲者を増やさないためにもよろしく頼むぜ。
Okay. So then, could you please, we ask you to deal with the beast transformations, or to lend a hand with the beast transformations. The falsifying beast was leading a large group of them. We need your assistance to keep the casualties to a minimum.
了解した。それでは我らはアルトアレール卿たちのもとへ向かおう。
Okay, understood. Then we'll go to meet with Lord Altoraer. アルトアレール。
待て、これも言っておこう。実は、バブイルの塔の中を進んでいた時、ずっと誰かに見られているような気配があったんだ。
Hang on, there's something I gotta say. While we were making our way through the Tower of Babel, the whole time I felt like someone was watching me.
獣なのか、あるいは別の誰かなのか、俺の気のせいかもしれないが、頭の片隅に入れておいてくれ。
Oh, I like that expression. The 頭の片隅? Yeah, whether that's, whether it was the beast, someone else, or just my imagination, I don't know, but just keep it in mind.
引き止めて悪かったな。さあ、言ってくれ。
Yeah, okay, sorry for keeping you. Alright. Go on ahead.
それにしても、この寒さには慣れないぜ。
Yeah, okay, he's just like, man, it's fucking cold. Here. This is another great example. Here's another great example of them removing flavor. God, this is in depth though. I really like this. Yeah. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. I shrugged it off, thinking it a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. Nothing to worry ourselves about now, but best keep on your guard when we do finally return to the tower, eh? Gods, what I wouldn't give for a nice hot bowl of soup. So, you completely actually just got rid of the fun bit there of him saying, like, he's not doubting it. He's not doubting his own intuition here. He's actually quite confident in his intuition. Right? He didn't shrug it off thinking it was a figment of his imagination. At all. What he actually said was, while we were making our way through the Tower of Babel, the whole time I felt like something, like someone was watching me. Like, I felt like we were being watched. Whether that was the beast, or someone else, or just my own imagination, I'm not sure, but just keep it in mind. Right? It's not like, oh, once we get in there, keep it in mind. He's saying keep it in mind in general. Like, here is an additional piece of information that may be useful.
二人には協力する旨を伝えておいた。英雄伝、今回は、カヌエ様の命で、護衛の職務を離れ、先行して、
Oh yeah!
にやってまいりました。
Oh yeah, that's what it was. I forgot that was like this guy's title. 白蛇の森と。I forgot. What, Guardian of the White Serpent?
オレオ殿、お互いまたも、偽真珠対策に駆り出されることになるとはな。この旅もよろしく頼む。
Okay, this is all just hello, effectively. It appears we're both been, like, called upon or recruited to assist with, the handling of this falsified beast.
Pleasure
to work with you again.
プルシュノ殿から話は聞きました。我々にご協力くださるということで、大変助かります。
Hero, it's an honor to work with you again. I've heard from Lord Furushino that you were willing to assist us. I'm incredibly glad to have you on board.
早速だが、情報を共有しよう。我々が調査を行った結果、興味深い事実が判明した。
Alright, allow me to share the information that we've learned. What our initial investigation has uncovered some interesting information.
ブロークングラスやテルティウム駅に避難しているガレマルド居住者に獣化したものは皆無だったのだ。これはマキシマデンやアルフィノ殿の献身的な援助のおかげだろう。
Huh. What, not a single Garlean resident, taking, or like, residing within or taking refuge in Camp Broken Glass or Terutium Station has transformed into a beast. Almost assuredly due to, the assistance... or like the devoted efforts of Maximilla and Alfino.
では、獣化した者たちは誰なのか。彼らは皆一様にロクス・アモエヌスからの機関車だったのだ。
Okay, so then who have transformed into beasts? Well, they were all those who returning from Locus Amoense? I don't know where that is.
アモエヌス、かつてはコルボと呼ばれたガレアン人の聖地か。
Oh yes, that's Locus Amoense. That was a holy land to the Garleans, once known as Corvo?
その通りです。かの地で終末現象が起こった際、一部のガレアン人たちが首都であるガレマルドへと避難を試みたようなのです。
Correct. Evidently, when the apocalypse occurred within that region, some amount of the Garleans attempted to flee the capital of Garlemald?
しかし、すでに帝都は
Or attempted to flee to
彼らを保護しようとしました
the
が、
capital.
多くの者たちは拒絶して、郊外の廃墟に点在している状態なのです。
However, at that time, the capital had already been destroyed. The, contingent attempted to, take them into, or, attempted to take them in to safety, but many, refused, and, resided, in the ruined outskirts, or the ruined, suburbs of the capital.
私たちは、これより彼ら機関車の心を探るため、聞き込みに向かおうとしていたところ、貴殿らが加われば、より多くの情報を得ることができるだろう。
Okay, we were just about to... set out, or... to go to attempt to understand their viewpoints? I don't know. This usage of kokoro is I guess you could probably just say to try and gain a better understanding of them. If you were to accompany us, I'm sure we would be able to gather far more useful information. Jeez. Yeah, this is like wandering returnees, but that's not a word that you use in English. Hmm.
私自身はガレアン族ではなく族州民の出ですが、それでも帝国で生まれ育ったことに変わりはありません。今回の件は人事ではありませんよ。
I'm not Garlean myself. I come from a province, but that doesn't change the fact that I was, born and raised within the Empire. It's like, he's saying like I have a personal stake in this.
ロックス・アモエヌスは終末現象で甚大な被害を受けた。住んでいたガレアン人が本国に避難したのは当然のことだろう。
Yeah, and then it makes sense that they would attempt to flee back here, but then, yeah, not great.
都市部を避け、郊外の廃墟に身を寄せているそうだ。ここは二手に分かれるとしよ
う。Okay. Evidently those returning from, Rox Amoenus avoided the, destroyed urban centers, instead taking shelter in the, suburban ruins. Let's split up into two groups.
私とモリト殿は大法師外駅を訪ねた後、そちらに合流する。では、よろしく頼むぞ。
Huh? Oh, that's a place name. Oh yeah, I forgot that that's a place name. It's like... Vassal's Reward. Or like Servant's Reward. Okay, yeah, so that's where we're going. I forgot that was a place name.
真の宝章とは、確かここから東にある廃屋だったな。
Yeah.
私たちも向かうとしよ
う。It's an abandoned house to the east. Okay. I completely forgot that was a place name. Oh, I don't have flight here. Oh, fuck. Oh well. Oh god, and there's just like... I mean, I could have gone from there. That probably would have been a little bit faster, but whatever. Oh man, I just realized if we're gonna be talking to any of these people who, like, directly refused support from the contingent and stuff, they're going to just totally character assassinate them, aren't they? I don't want to have any part in whatever's going on there. Ain't got nothing to do with me. The fuck are those things? The name is like full katakana overgrown rose or something? I don't remember what the hell that's supposed to be.
この先が真の宝章だな。それぞれ機関車たちから話を聞いて共有することにしよ
う。Okay, this is just saying, look, let's go speak to the people and then compile our the information. 3 people, talk to 3 people, hell yes. I love talking to 3 people. It's my favorite gameplay mechanic.
話すことなんかない。帝国もロクス・アモエヌスも、すべて失ったんだ。もう終わりだ。終わりなんだ。
I've got nothing to say to you. We've lost everything, the Empire. Roxu Amoenus. Amoenus. It's over, it's all over.
話を聞きたいだと？嘆きだったらいくらでも聞かせてやるさ。
You want to speak with me? Well, it's like what if Nagiki here isn't just complaints, but he's basically like saying he's just gonna like complain to you.
わしらはな、すべてを失ったのだ。人生も愛するものも二つの故郷もすべてだ。
We've lost everything, our livelihoods. This is like our lives, the ones we love, our homelands, plural,
わ
everything.
しの人生は軍役に費やされてきた。多くの仲間と二人の息子を戦いの中で失い、残ったのはロクス・アモエヌスが奪還したという誇りだけだった。
So the tsuyasu is... I'm not quite sure if you would say squandered. Here. I mean, it's either devoted or squandered. Which is that's a pretty different thing. Those are very different things. It's like, I devoted my entire life to the military. I lost my comrades, both of my sons, in battle. All I had left was the pride of having recaptured Rox Amoenus.
だというのに、わけのわからぬまま破滅を迎えて、ようやく戻ったガレマルドも、また、瓦礫の山となっていた。これを嘆かずにいられるものか。
It's like, what, and yet it was destroyed just like that. We didn't even know what happened. And when we... came back when we finally made our way back to Garlemald, it was nothing more than a pile of, like a heap of rubble. But all we have left is grief, you might say, for that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of rough there, bro. Hey, did we get rid of those radios? Do we still have those radios around?
者たちから話
Maybe we should make sure that there aren't any radios around.
哀れな避難民から話を聞こうなんて趣味が悪いな。まあいい、気晴らしに話してやるよ。
It's like... You know, it's like, what, gotta say, it's pretty... It's like pretty messed up to want to go around talking to like, what, pathetic refugees, but fine. You know, I'll talk to you to pass the
ロクスはオエヌス
time.
の居住者は、年寄りの退役軍人が多いが、俺のように戦勝が原因で、若くして退役した者もいた。貢献の見返りとして、移住権が与えられたのさ。
Okay. Most of the residents of Rox Amoenus were elderly veterans, but there were some like me who were, discharged young, like early due to injury. We were given the right to, settle there, like migrate there as reward for
あの土地
for
は
our service.
暖かくて、養生にもってこいだからな。コルボ人の反乱もあるにはあったが、大通軍団がよく抑え込んで、治安も安定していたし、本当にいい土地だったよ。
Yeah, that land was like a warm, perfect place to heal. And of course, there was like the, Corvo insurrection or rebellion, but the First Legion kept it under control, and it was safe. Really was a wonderful place.
終末現象とやらが起きて、あたりは地獄のありさまになった。大通軍団は化け物との戦いでチリジリになっちまって、俺たちは必死で、ここまで逃げてきたんだ。
Yeah, but then that apocalypse came, and the whole place became living hell. The second corps, or like the second legion, I don't know what you would say, were like routed fighting those monsters, and took everything we had just to make it here alive.
今さら、ロックス・アモエヌスに戻っても無駄だろうな。もう一度、あの土地を、コルボ人から取り戻す力は帝国にはない。全部終わっちまったんだよ。
It's gotta be pointless to go back to Rox Amoenas now. The Empire doesn't have the capability to take it back from the Corvo? Hold on, what is this, by the way? I don't remember. Like, Corvins? I don't remember what this is. No, yeah, I know that it's a place, but I don't remember where, like, what sort of people these Corvojin are. And then he just says, yeah, it's all over.
機関車たちから話を聞き終えたようだな。それでは、お互いが集めた情報を共有しよう。
Oh, right. We're gonna compile what we've learned. Compare what we've learned.
なるほど。私が機関車たちから聞いた話も似たようなものであった。
Okay, you just said it lined up.
ロクス・アモエヌスを守護していた軍が壊滅。どうにか生き延びた彼らは保護を求めて本国へと避難した。
Yeah, the soldiers or the army guarding Docus Amoenas was annihilated or just destroyed in the apocalypse. Those who managed to survive came here to their homeland seeking
ところ
refuge.
が苦心の末にたどり着いた帝都はすでに崩壊していた。本国さえ無事であったならロクス・アモエヌスの再奪還を信じ奮起できたのであろうがその希望もついえたのだ。
Yeah, but at the end of their long and arduous journey, what they found was, what awaited them was an imperial capital in ruins. Yeah, had their homeland been, had their homeland remained safe? Had their, home still remained? Yeah, they might have been able to, rally themselves, I guess you would say? believing that Nox Amoenus might yet be, recaptured? Or retaken? But that hope too was extinguished.
なぜ彼らがここまでロクス・アモエヌスにこだわるのか。それは古来よりガレアン人が暮らしてきた民族的故郷とされるからだ。
Why then are they, you may ask, why are they like so focused or infatuated with, fixated actually, with Rox Amoenus? Like it is considered to be or thought to be the, ancestral home of the Garlean people? Like the ancient ancestral homeland of the Garlean
と
people?
ころが温暖かつ肥沃な土地を狙うコルボ人に侵略され、約800年前、寒冷地エブラーナに追いやられたのだという。
Okay, however, what it is said, or history goes, effectively, that they were invaded by the, Corvins? Corvins? I don't know. Who sought, like a, warm and temperate or warm and fertile land. Corvosi? I don't know, man. I'm not even gonna try. And the Garleans were driven out to the, frigid northern reaches of, Eburana.
奪われた故郷を取り戻せ。帝国の初代皇帝ソルが掲げたスローガンは、多くの人々を戦争に駆り立て、そして実際に奪還がなされた。
We will reclaim the, our people's stolen homeland. This slogan, touted by Sol, the first emperor of Karlamod. What spurred the people to war. And they did, in fact, reclaim that home.
だが、考えてもみたまえ、ロクス・アモエヌスと呼ばれるようになるより、前、さらに古い時代、かの地は誰のものであった？
However, think about it. Please try to consider, before it became known as Rox Amoenus, even earlier than that, whom did that, land belong to?
古代人は数えぬとしても、大サムスン歴には多民族国家である、アラグ帝国の支配下にあったのだ。決して有史以前から、ガレアン人が独占してきたわけではあるまい。
Jesus. Even, not taking, ancient... Yeah, leaving aside the ancients, or not taking into account the ancients, the area was under the rule of the... multi-ethnic Allagan Empire during the third, astral era. That's really more like third astral calendar, almanac, whatever. It cannot be said that the Garleans have had, exclusive control of the territory since prehistoric times.
仮に、ガレアン人の祖先が、創世の時より、あの土地で暮らしてきたのだとしても、先にいただけで、他民族すべてを排除して良い理由になるのか？
Even if we were to assume that the ancestors of the Garlean people were inhabiting that land since the creation of the world, does the fact that they were there first justify their exclusion of other peoples? What, the exclusion of other peoples from the region? The 先に行っただけで。
これが、我ら、シャーレアンが意味嫌う、戦いの本質なのだ。いつの世の戦いは、正義と語られるが、真の正義など存在しない。この野蛮なる負の連鎖を、断ち切らねば、人は、
Yeah, this is the true nature of war that we Sharlayans despise. Though war is... But in all ages, war is proclaimed to be carried out in the name of... Or is like carried out as... it's like touted as just. Like, this justice does not exist. You know, such justice does not exist. Unless this, what... Unless this, like, what, barbaric cycle is brought to an end. Mankind will...
化け物だ。
It's a monster!
まさか、獣が
The beast. Hurry. We have to hurry at once. Yeah, it's dense as hell. I love it. Oh, it's this guy.
仲間の具合が悪そうだったんで、解放してやろうとしたんだ。
And one of my... it's like one of us wasn't... He seemed like he wasn't doing too well. I was trying to look after him.
そしたら、仲間が、化け物になっちまったん
Then
だ。
he became a monster.
獣化が起こってしまったか。それで、変異した仲間は、どこへ
Yeah, the transformation. It's a transformation, then. Whereas this,
引
Yeah.
き寄せられるように。
comrade of yours
雲の
gone.
中に
He started going to the... It's going to the tower like he was drawn to it.
まだ、そう遠くへは行ってないはずだ。私は、
Okay,
この
can't have
者を
gotten
落ち着か
far.
せるべく、ここに泊まる。すまないが、後を追って、討伐を頼む。
Okay. Toroshino said that he was going to stay here to try and keep everyone calm. And asked us to go after it. Aw, dude. This... Like, this sort of afternoon sunset in the snow, this is like... This is peak comfy for me. Like, if I could live anywhere in the world and still have high-speed internet, it would be somewhere that looks like exactly like this. I mean, minus the dilapidated buildings. Like, the sort of, that like, reddish glow on the snow. Ooh. It's so good. Nice crisp air, no wind. Give me that. I mean, honestly, probably. Like, I would fucking love to live in Alaska. Again, but the problem is, you know, you got all the other shit going on there. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. In fact, the biggest issue is the distinct lack of sunshine. I mean, honestly, the giant tower could stay. Like, that's kind of sick. I'd be totally cool with the tower. It's really this, like, big old pipeline that's fucking things up. But, you know, people are like, oh, I'd love to live in Hawaii, or I want to, you know, go somewhere where it's warm all the time. No. Give me, like, consistent 0 degrees Fahrenheit, but no wind. I want winter. Like, some people are like, oh, I prefer winter to summer, but then they, like, you know, when they say winter, they don't mean, like, real cold. No, give me, like, cold.
獣を討伐してくれたか、感謝する。
You dealt with the beast.
幸いなことに、さらなる獣化は発生していない。どうにか、残る機関車たちの心を落ち着かせることができた。
Fortunately, there were no further transformations. We managed to, calm down the remaining refugees.
その際、気になることを聞いてな。獣化した犠牲者が、直前までこの鉱石ラジオに、聞き耳を立てていたというのだ。
God damn it, we're doing the radio thing again. I didn't know that radio wasn't actually on the table before. But there is something that was on my mind regarding that. They said that the victim who transformed had been listening to this crystal radio right up until the transformation.
ラジオを作動させると奇妙な音声が流れてくるのだよ。君も聞いてみてくれ。
And truthfully, like, when turning on this radio, it was on the box, god damn it. A quite strange noise comes out, like, for you to take a listen to it as well.
てこは滅びたう二度と再建されことない。
Ah, okay. So this is like broken up saying that like the capital is destroyed, never to be.
ではあるが、男性らしき声で帝国は滅び去った。もう二度と再建されることはないと話しているようだ。
Yeah. Okay, thank you for giving me the recap. It's like also this is one of those things that people always talk about as an excuse for screwing up basic translations. This noise doesn't mean noise, it means static. In this context, it means static. But you can't, like, I see people all the time say, like, oh, well, katakana words don't necessarily always mean the exact English word that they sound like. But that doesn't mean that they don't have definitions and they could just be whatever. Yeah, there's strong static, however, a seemingly male voice is saying the Empire has fallen and will never be rebuilt. The Empire has fallen. Garlemald has fallen. Millions must transform into beasts. I fucking love that. Isn't that what noise means? Not really. I fucking love when people use that sort of terminology unironically, especially for completely mundane things that are not even close to a problem.
テートはこの惨状だ。放送局が機能しているとも思えないが。
But the capital is in ruins. The broadcasting stations aren't even operational. Okay, your options are saying, like, that was Anima came through the radio before, or, you know, there was a transmission from the Tower of Babwheel before.
ほう、バブイルの塔から番組、アニマの声が放送されていた
Yeah, yeah, Anima.
アニマは透滅されたはず。バブイルの塔に放送を行う機能が残っていたとして、一体誰が
Okay, Anima was, what, destroyed? I believe. Even if the Tower of Babwheel still retained that, what, broadcast capability, who on Earth could be sending it?
オレオ殿、フルシュノ殿。
Oh shit!
大法市街駅での聞き込みを終えたところで、アイメリク京都メルウイブ殿が到着されたと連絡があり、こちらにお連れしました。
Okay, they got done speaking with people at, like, the fourth, what, suburban station or whatever, met up with Merlib and
オレ
Aymerik.
オ、遅くなってすまない。コトニス真珠に関しては、討伐を経験した者が対策に当たるのが最適と判断し、駆けつけさせてもらった。
Okay, apologies for the, for, what, being late. Okay. We believed it would be the, what, best for those with direct experience in handling the, what, false divine beasts to be present, therefore, like, I came here personally.
ながら私も力を尽くさせてもらおう。ところで、早速だが調査の方は
I'll also, what, lend my assistance in any way I can. So then, how is the, investigation proceeding
まさか名手
thus
か
far?
ら救援に駆けつけてくださるとは、この旅の協力、感謝いたします。
Well, it's like for, what, leaders of like, our allied nations to be here personally to assist, I'm incredibly grateful for your cooperation.
では、改めて状況の整理を。
Okay, so now he's going, we're gonna yada yada yada. What has actually been going on.
それで、これが、九段の鉱石ラジオというものか。
So this is that
て
crystal radio.
は、滅び、た、二度と。この音声を聞いたことで、祖国が滅んだことを再認識し、絶望を深めて獣化に至った、ということか。
So, yeah, hearing this, what, audio, what has caused them to, what, realize that their homeland has been destroyed, never to be returned. Deepening their despair, leading to transformation.
一
Then
体誰がこのような放送を男性の声にも聞こえるが
yeah, but who could possibly be making this broadcast? It sounded like a man's voice.
繁栄、我が、祖国、に、
Waga.
待ってください。今、永遠の繁栄を、我が祖国に、そう言っていませんでしたか
Yup. Wait, didn't it just say... what, eternal glory to our, like, our home? It's gonna be like, that's the emperor, right? It's gotta
思い
be.
当たる節でも
Do you have any ideas? Does anything come to mind?
はい、自分は、帝国属州の出身なのですが、これは、皇族ネルーアのモットーと同じフレーズなのです。演説の折、繰り返し口にするので、有名でした。
Yes, I'm from a imperial province. This, what phrase is Yeah, it's like it's the same as the motto used by Neruda. He was famous for repeating it during his speeches.
ネルーアといえば、バリスミカドが急逝した後、新皇帝に名乗りを上げた皇族だったな。
Yeah, Neruda was, stepped forward as the new emperor following Varus's sudden death.
内戦が勃発して以来、行方不明となっていたはずだが、バブイルの塔に忍び込んで放送を。
We believed he had gone missing following the civil war, but he's been, hiding away inside the Tower of Babel and broadcasting this message?
それはどうでしょうか。獣が救う島内で安全に放送を続けられるとは思えません。むしろ。
I wonder. I don't think I don't think it would be possible to carry out a broadcast within the, tower fully infested with these beasts, if anything. Yeah, so it's the false divine beast is most likely Neruda.
ああ、私もそう考えたところだ。かつて鉱石ラジオが番組アニマの声を受信したように島内にいる偽真珠の声を拾っているのではないか。
My thoughts exactly, just as the crystal radio was once broadcasting the voice of the idol anima. Perhaps, or I believe it is possible that it's broadcasting the voice of the or capturing, really, the voice of the false divine beast within the tower.
そしてその偽真珠の正体は帝国という拠り所を失い、誰よりも絶望した男ネルーアではないかと。
Yoridokuro. And so then, the true identity of this false divine beast could perhaps be Neruda, who lost his very identity in the empire. It's like the Yoridokuro there is like his foundation, right? And fell to a deeper despair than any other.
あり得る話だ。三団地の喪失により、絶望して獣と化したサハギン族とロクス・アモエヌスを失ったユダヤ人には似たところがある。
Yeah, it's plausible. There's similarities between the, Sahagin, who lost their spawning ground and fell to despair, and the Garleans having lost, Rokus, Amoenus. God, I hate katakana.
における状況とも重なると感じた。イシュガルド正教と覇権国家としての帝国のイデオロギー、どちらも人々の心の拠り所であったという意味では同じだろ
う。Okay, it's like bears a striking resemblance to the to what occurred in our nation as well, with the the Ishgardian orthodoxy and the ideology of imperial hegemony. They're quite the same in the sense that they provided the people with a sense of stability and identity.
リムサ、ロミンサでは島の一角を産卵地として提供するという協定が絶望の緩和につながったのだが、
In Limslo Minsa, an agreement to or an offer compromise to provide a portion of the island as dedicated spawning ground for the Sahagin helped to alleviate or like mitigate this despair. However,
帝国の場合、それは難しいでしょうな。彼らがロクス・アモエヌスと呼ぶ土地は、コルボ人にとっても故郷。我ら異国の民が、その領有権に口を挟むことはできない。
God. Okay, that would be quite difficult in the case of the Empire. Yeah, the land they call Locus Samoenus is home, the like homeland to the Kosovo people. As foreigners, we have no claim or like say regarding its ownership.
我らは公会議を開き、政教の改革に向けて動き出すことで、人々の精神的な支柱を再建することができた。その方法論は応用できないだろうか?
Through the holding of an ecumenical council and, like, initiating reforms or proposing reforms within the church, we were able to rebuild the spiritual foundation of the people. Could this, like, what? Methodology be applied? Could, like, that methodology be applied here as well? I don't think so, dude. So your options here are saying, like, we could rebuild the nation known as the Garlemald Empire. Like, re-establish the concept of the Garlemald Empire.
そうだな、それしかないだろう。ただし、その新国家は異国の民に強制されたものではなく、ガレアン人自身が主導するものでなければならない。
Yeah, that appears to be the only way. However, this new nation must not be, compelled by foreign actors. It must be led, compelled, formed, under duress by foreign actors. It has to be led by Garleans themselves. The Garleans themselves have to take the initiative. It's, in the midst of this, like, in the midst of the chaos of their society collapsing, the reconstruction or refoundation of their nation would serve as a source of hope.
生活の基盤を取り戻す活動はアルフィノ殿やアリゼー殿らが熱心に取り組んでいると聞いた。それとは異なる方向での国家再建となると、
Okay, I've heard that Alfino and Alize, alongside others, have been working earnestly in an attempt to restore, like, the... What is the term for this Kiban? Like, everyday infrastructure necessary? Like... I don't know exactly what you would say for that, but it's like, to restore some sense of normalcy in terms of their day-to-day lives. But, reconstructing or refounding the nation itself would be an altogether different matter. Kind of, like basic facilities or utilities. It's more that they're talking about, making it so that people can just generally live their lives again. Not necessarily, fully rebuilding infrastructure, but providing aid, support, etc. And doing some of that stuff as well.
すなわち暫定政権の樹立といったところですかな。
Okay, so we need to, like, what, outline or establish a framework for a future state? That is to say, like, that is, I believe to say, a, what, provincial government? Like, to establish a provincial government?
キャンプブロークングラスに身を寄せている避難民の中には元帝国元老院の議員もいると聞いたことがあります。彼らを交えれば不可能ではないでしょ
う。Video games. Okay, I've heard that there are, what, members of the... Yeah, former Imperial Senate amongst the refugees in Camp Broken Glass. With their assistance, or like involvement, it may be possible.
機関車たちを集めてまいります。情報を共有し、我々からの提案を伝えてみましょ
う。Okay. They're talking about, like, we're gonna give the proposal to them.
「祖国を失った貴殿らの悲しみは察するにあまりある。絶望に心を染め上げられるのも無理からぬことだ。」
It's like, what, the sorrow, the pain you feel at the loss of your homeland is beyond measure, I think, like, incomprehensible. I think that's what that is. But it's only natural that your, like, hearts would fall to despair.
先ほども痛ましい獣化現象が起きたように、この状況を打開しなければ悲劇は広まる一方だろ
う。But, however, as demonstrated by, like, the horrific transformation you witnessed, unless this, like, deadlock can be broken, the tragedy will only continue to spread. Suffering and tragedy will only continue to spread.
一人で立ち上がれるものなど言おうものか。同胞の結束と秩序の回復が急務と言えるだろ
う。It's like, in the face of such a crisis, who could possibly stand alone? But therefore it is imperative that you stand united and restore order?
それも異国の民からの押し付けではなく、
or we stand united and restore order? And that, this order be brought about not under, like, foreign coercion or, like, foreign imposition, maybe? I don't know. But something that was, chosen and led by Garleans themselves.
幸いにも元老院議員の中に幾人かの生き残りがいるという。彼らを中心に有志を集め、暫定政権を樹立してはどうだろうか。もちろん、我らも協力を惜しまない。
Fortunately, we are aware that there are surviving members of the Senate present. This is like どうだろうか I'm trying to think of how you would actually say this in English. He's, like, throwing up the question of, like, rallying around them to recruit other like-minded individuals to or, like, people sympathetic to that cause to establish a provincial government. Of course, we would also be more than willing to lend our assistance. Is this acceptable? Would be, it's a little bit awkward, I don't know.
それで本当にガレアン人の国が再建されるというなら、こちらは願ったりだが。
If we can rebuild our nation, then that's all we could ever ask for, but
騙されるものか。たとえ暫定政権が建てられたとて、瓦礫の山と化したガレマルドで、国の再建など、土台無理な話だ。
Yeah. Don't be fooled, or I won't be fooled. Even if we could establish a provincial government, rebuilding a nation, out of this, like, the pile of rubble that is Garlemald is utterly impossible. A fool's errand.
の地を割れ、本国もこのありさまでは、わしらのような老人はこの先、生きていくことすら難しい。
Driven away from our... I guess you would say driven away from our lives in Rokusamoenis. And, with our homeland in ruins. Like, how do us elderly even continue living? What hope is there for us, you might say?
確かに、疲弊しきったガレアン人だけで、国を立て直すのは、困難なことだろう。しかし、あなた方は決して一人ではない。
It would be, quite difficult for the, exhausted Garlean people to attempt to rebuild a nation on their own. However, you are not alone.
私の子供たちは、大愛軍団の者たちと協力し、ここテートで人々を助けるべく救援活動を開始している。
My own children are, working alongside the, first Legion have, begun relief efforts here in the Imperial Capital.
また、かつての属州民の中には、自らの技能を売り込むために、ガレマルドに残る者もいるという。
And also some, former provincial citizens have remained in Garlemald to, provide their services, I think you would say. Market their skills, I don't know.
ではなく、同じ星に住まう者として対等にあろうと心がけるのであれば、必ずあなた方と手を取り合う者が出てくるはずだ。
Yeah, if you strive to live as equals, like as, fellow inhabitants of this planet of ours, rather than, seeking to reign as rulers? But there will be those willing to extend a hand and walk alongside you.
しかし、それでもなお立ち上がる力がないというのならば、我が国、シャーレアニへの移住を提案させてもらいたい。もろ手を挙げて歓迎しよう。
Oh, damn! Yeah, however, if you truly do lack the strength to stand to stand and recover, or like to rise, I don't know what you would really say for this. He's saying, like, if you really are not up to the task, right, to stand on your own, maybe you could go with that. Then, yeah, my nation, yeah, we would allow you to migrate to our nation, Charlayan. Like, we would welcome you unconditionally. That's like with open arms, rather.
国の小国に逃れ、そこでこびへつらいながら生きろというのか?
Are you telling us to flee to some, yeah, tiny barbarian nation and... But, like, live as your servants? Or, like, live under your rule?
知らずとも仕方ない。我々は徹底的な非干渉を貫いてきたからな。
It's understandable that you wouldn't be aware. After all, we had, up until this point, but strictly adhered to, policy of non-intervention.
シャーレアンは北洋にある学術都市だ。もともと多種多様な種族で構成されている国ゆえ、ガレアン人が溶け込むのも難しくはあるまい。
Yeah. Charlayan is an academic, yeah, city-state or academic state in the, northern sea, as what Charlayan has always consisted of, or as Charlayan has always been a, diverse nation. Yeah, it would not be difficult for Garleans to incorporate themselves as well, or... He's saying, like, it would be fine for you guys to be there.
市民の一人として受け入れることを保証しよ
う。And of course you would not be, under our dominion. I can assure you that you would be accepted as citizens.
なぜ、縁もゆかりもないあしらに、そこまでするというのだ?
Why would you go that far to, total strangers? For total strangers, foreigners like us.
シャーレアンは、週末に備えて星街脱出を計画してきた。その救済対象のリストは、かねてよりの友好国の名から記され、ガレマール帝国は最下位に位置していた。
Charlayan had, been planning a, evacuation from this planet to, escape the apocalypse. Amongst, the list of those who would, be offered, oh, this is complicated. This is really complicated. I'm gonna kind of paraphrase here because I'm kind of fading. He's saying, within the list of those who would be offered aid, who would be rescued, right? The list of those who would be rescued in this operation began with, our long-standing allies and members of the Garloald Empire were at the very bottom of our priority.
帝国軍によるアラミゴ侵攻の折、停戦交渉を求める我が国を貴国は拒絶した。そうした経緯があってのことではあるが。
Okay, when the Imperial Army invaded Alamigo, your nation rejected our... like, what, request for a ceasefire negotiation? With that being the case, however...
つまるところ、我々はあなた方を見捨てようとしていたのだ。
Or it's like, with that being the case... Or, that's more like, even with all of that. You know, he's saying, like, this is our justification. Like, when all is said and done, we truly did intend on abandoning you.
かつて、こう言った人がいた。
Someone once said,
助けられる人が目の前にいるときに我が身を案じて助けぬというのは怠惰というもの。それでは到底人として進歩的とは言えぬ。
what, to refrain from... what, helping those right before... To refrain from helping those before you out of concern for your own safety is nothing more than laziness. What? Such a thing can hardly be considered progressive. Yeah, that was Luiso.
迫り来る終末の危機を前に、私が青臭い理想論だと断じて捨ててしまった言葉だ。
Yeah, with the apocalypse looming overhead, those were, like, those very words I dismissed as, what, naive idealism.
だが、ここにいる俺を殿と、暁の驚くべき活躍によって、終末の要因が取り除かれた。ならば、今こそ取り戻したいと思うのだ、青臭い理想論を。
Thanks to player characters standing here and the, what, truly, like, unbelievable efforts of the Dawn. You know, the cause of the apocalypse has been defeated, I guess you would say, maybe. You know, and so... what I believe now is the time to, what, reclaim those... like, that sort of... naive idealism.
どのみち、わしらに他に生きる術はない。信じてみようじゃないか。
We have no other way to survive. We ought to trust them.
では、あなた、ほうを、ひとまず、キャンプブロークングラスにお招きしたい。温かい食事と寝床を用意させよう。
Yeah, okay, so then please... I'd like to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass. We'll have, what, warm food and beds prepared for you all. Look, man, I would be taking the Charlayan citizenship option there.
私とメルウィブ提督
They got fucking spaceships, bro.
暫定政権樹立に向けた支援のあり方について話してこよう。偽真珠討伐に向かう際に、また、な。
Okay, let me paraphrase again. We're going to speak with everybody involved to discuss how to, like, best support their establishment of a provincial government. Okay. This was a lot longer than I was expecting it to be. Probably because every single line was dense as fuck. God damn. I don't even know what any of these are. I'm not gonna check. Excellent. Alright. I think that's gonna do it for me. Man, this is good. I've got about an hour left of these. Oh no. I don't know what to go into after that then. I'll consider it. I'll look at options. I'm not quite sure what to do. I mean, if the Dawn Trail role quests... This is quite serious and Alzahan talking about the... that could be fun. That could be fun. I'll have to look into things, consult with people. But this is all very good. I'm very interested in seeing where they go with this. I'm kind of interested in seeing if they say that, like, any of the Garleans are going to take up Urshino's, offer of Charlayan citizenship. Oh. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all for stopping by. I will see you next time. Peace out.